Rockfin. Go and I'm your host, sabrinasalvati. I'm your host, sabrinasalvati. All right. Happy Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sabby Sabs podcast. I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. If you're new, I want to let you guys know that Sabby Sabs podcast is a part of Revolutionary Blackout Network. You can catch me there on Thursdays for the JB and Sabby show, and you can catch me here on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and every other Sunday. Welcome back, fam. We have a big show for you tonight. I do not want to keep our guests waiting. I am going to go ahead and show the thumbnail now so you guys understand tonight's show is a little bit different. This is my first time participating in the presidential election season. This show started in 2021. So things are very different now, obviously, right? So tonight, what are we discussing, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go ahead and put the thumbnail up on the screen for you. Tonight, we are discussing Donald Trump calls out Kamala Harris. I'm pretty sure you have seen this if you are on Twitter or on social media anywhere. We're going to get into that story. We're also going to discuss Nina Turner, both sides Gaza. What is that all about, ladies and gentlemen? We're also going to discuss, I'm sure you've heard about this as well. There has been new release information about the assassination of the Hamas leader. We're also going to discuss Iran promises to respond to Israel because of this assassination. It's getting really heavy in the Middle East. And last but not least, we have our Black voter panel for 2024. And we are basically going to start with that. Let me go ahead and move this out the way. So we have a panel of guests, all Black voters for 2024. They have different political ideologies. Everyone here that's coming in is obviously not supporting third party. You're going to hear from people that support Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Cornel West, Jill Stein, RFK Jr., and also the couch. Yes, the couch is an option. Not everyone is planning to vote, and you're going to hear why. And we're going to get into a couple of the policy positions, such as the economy, immigration, reparations, foreign policy, and policing. But without further ado, let's go ahead and bring them in. Hello, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, Sabby? Appreciate you having me on.
Hey. All right. I think I have everybody. Make sure I got everybody. Okay. I got everyone in here, and I'm going to move myself to the middle just to make it a little bit easier. Okay, there we go. Okay, first and foremost, I want everyone to introduce theirself. And when you introduce yourself, if you can explain to everyone who you plan on supporting this year in 2024. And again, for those just joining, the couch is an option. So let's go ahead. We're going to start with the other female of the panel. Let's start with Dana.
I had to unmute. Hi. So my name is Dana. I have a YouTube channel called The Real Dana on YouTube. And I mainly talk about politics, current events, and law. I do my own show, Dana with the Data, every Wednesday, and also every Monday and Thursday. Me and Judge Joe Brown do a show called Man Up. And of course, he is the legal expert. And with his expertise, we talk about law as well.
Awesome. Let's go to Nico.
What's up, guys? Most of y'all probably already know me because I was just here yesterday. But I host For the People podcast, and I'm also one of the content creators and content curators of Hotspot. So you've probably seen us a lot on Twitter and TikTok and Instagram. At the moment, if I do decide to go back to the States and vote, because I live in both Brazil and the US, but principally in Brazil. However, I do have an address in the U.S., and if I do go back and vote, it'll be for Jill Stein, but that'll be largely dependent on whether the local elections make it worth my while to do so, and I'll explain that during the panel.
Oh, awesome. I forgot to say who I will vote for. I'm voting for Donald Trump, and I am a registered Republican.
There you go. Let's bring in Lawrence.
Hi, I'm Lawrence, Black Leftist on IG, social media influencer manager. I will be supporting Cornel West officially, full-throatedly. Yeah.
All right. Colin.
Hey, everyone. You guys probably know me. I'm Colin Rax Carter. I'm co-host of INN News with Reed Breland Wednesday nights on our network, INN, Indie News Network. Right now, as far as voting, while I will probably more likely vote for the ballot initiatives that are in DC, most likely as far as presidential, I am probably not going to vote for any candidate.
So that would be the couch. Let's bring in Torrin. Oh, we can't hear you, Torrin. Yeah, it could be your mic.
Check the source. Go to settings to check the source to make sure your mic is connected to it.
Yeah, it could be the audio source you have selected.
No, still can't hear you.
Okay, let's go to Jay.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? So my name is Jay Scott. I'm the host of the Jay Scott Ascension podcast. I'm also an independent artist. Check me out on Twitter at JS Ascension. And I am proud to support the highest polling independent since Ross Perot, Robert Kennedy Jr. So
he's also a fly guy. I met Jay in person. Jay's a fly dude, man. That's a fly guy.
Yep.
Oh,
exactly.
cool.
Appreciate the shout out, Nico. Yes, we got a few interviews together. We spoke about the Ukraine war. So, yeah. Those back in the Miami days. I'm in Texas now, but yeah.
Yeah, and we had more than a couple of drinks in Miami too. So yeah, that was fun.
That was a good
night. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Okay, you guys met each other. Okay, and let's bring in Be Easy.
Hey, what's up? Be Easy. I do photography, film, philanthropy, activism in my local area. You can look me up on IG and Twitter, if you want to get in contact so we can do more of that. In terms of the voting, I'm more a policy aligned with Jill Stein and Cornel West. However, I'm undecided right now, and the couch is a viable option for me.
Okay, yeah. So those who are just joining, the couch is an option. Not everyone plans on voting for a candidate this election cycle. I think Torrin's he left and he's gonna try to come back to fix his audio. But while that's happening, I do want to just pivot back to you, Lawrence, really quick. Lawrence, there was something you told me I believe your first option is Cornel West, but you said something about Kamala Harris as well.
Yeah, so I'll dive in, I guess. I don't like telling anybody who to vote for because I'm not sure myself fully for obvious reasons, I think. But what I'll say is all of the third-party candidates are fighting the good fight, but they're not going far enough for me to be convinced. And at the same time, I think I could make the argument that the most sober voter can see how tactically you can fight to organize to pull Kamala towards you on your issues. But at the end of the day, when it comes time to vote, assuming that she hasn't moved, right, worst case scenario, you're still going to want to vote Kamala so that you just don't have to backtrack towards working on anything that Trump is going to take away in the next 4 years when he wins. At this rate, I think it's inevitable. So yeah, I can say I'll soberly tell people to vote Kamala when it comes down to that day. But honestly, I'm not going to push anybody or shame anybody. I don't believe in the vote shaming and things like that. So I guess unofficial Kamala supporter down at the end of the day, but I'm going to be going hard at her neck. I don't think she's
Well, Lauren, you better than me, bro. I'm a vote shaming motherfucker. Don't vote for her. Don't do that. Don't do that, y'all. Can I be the person to say it? I mean, hey, you start out with Kamala, so I'm the asshole in the group, so I'll just go ahead and start by saying don't do it. Because I think that when we use rhetoric like, oh, he's gonna take stuff away, the beautiful thing about history is that we got retrospect. And we're in a very unique situation where we have two candidates that have actually sat in the Oval Office and have been part of or have ran administrations. And objectively speaking, just objectively speaking, I got one woman who has literally made a career out of taking things away from people, like their lives, for example, like putting them in jail, just for example, or in the case of Nina Simone, taking her family's royalties from them, you know, and then playing a Nina Simone song literally at her inauguration, which is wild for a whole lot of reasons.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that point. I do want to make sure we get to Torrin because I know he came back in. Let's make sure his audio's working.
Now his video not working. Oh Lord.
Oh, Torrin, can you hear us?
I'm going through it right now, y'all. Y'all send a little prayer for Torrin.
Oh, poor Torrin. I don't know if let me just chat with him here and tell him. And then reconnect. Yeah, Torrin, try disconnecting your mic and then reconnect. I'm just going to mute you real quick. Oh, there you go. Hello? Oh, we heard you for just a second. I don't know what happened. Torrin, try leaving and coming back. Oh, there you go. Go ahead. Oh, now we can't hear you.
Got a video.
Yeah, like I don't know. Are
Also,
you using your?
If he has other apps that sometimes, like if you have Twitter or other apps open, your mic will automatically pick it up. So I don't know. Maybe you can close all of your applications. Just try that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you're using a computer, I had to go into a new browser. For some reason, Chrome didn't work, but Edge worked out too. So maybe try a different browser if you're on a computer.
I use Brave.
Okay, and we'll come back to you. Okay. So obviously, this election is a little bit different, being that, like Nico said, we do have two candidates that have already been president. So that is a little bit unique. I am going to move. I don't want Dana to be at the bottom as the female here. So Dana, I am going to move you up because
that's super
I'm just saying I don't want.
Wow.
Just saying. Okay, but I do want to start with some of the policy positions, because I think this is getting lost in the shuffle with this presidential election. I feel like there's not as much focus on policy. And the reason why I wanted to host this particular panel is because I've seen multiple like Black focus groups on CNN, MSNBC, and I feel like obviously they pick people that fit their narrative, and you're not hearing a diverse point of view. And I think you guys need to know that obviously Black voters, we are not a monolith. So yes, we may usually vote for the Democratic Party, but all of us are not Democrats, and you need to hear different perspectives. So the first policy position that I want to start with is the economy. So I want to pivot around to all of you and ask you, how do you feel about the economy when you think about the person that you're supporting? And also, how do you feel about the economy right now? Why do you feel that person may be good or may not be good on the economy? So let's go ahead and start with Jay. When I get to the couch people, you can still just tell me how you feel about the economy.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? So as far as the economy right now goes, I think inflation is going crazy. So people's grocery bills are getting higher. I think it's getting harder and harder for people to own a home. And we really want an ownership economy where people actually own property. And I think the jobs numbers don't really paint the full picture because of the fact that a lot of people have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. So we need a few major improvements there. As far as where RFK Jr. stands on the economy, I think he has a great platform for addressing some of the root causes of our issues. So he's in favor of a $15 minimum wage nationwide. He also is the only candidate talking about solving the chronic disease epidemic, which is actually one of the most costly things for the economy because we spend tons of money on healthcare. He also is talking about diversifying the economy, by training more small farmers through his organic rehab center program that he wants to, launch as his, flagship program of his presidency. And he also has a VP whose background is in blockchain technology and AI, which are two of the most important sectors of the future. So I think, he's prepared to lead us into the future in some of the most important industries. And also his home ownership program is also something that's pretty unique. He wants to bring back, the Green New Deal ownership, the New Deal home ownership program, just under a different era. So we can get people into homes now, as well as take down BlackRock and make it illegal for them, or very unprofitable for them to continue to buy up the family home market. So he has a pretty thorough strategy for what he wants to do with the economy, tackling it from a few different sides. And finally, to rein in inflation, he's the only candidate who's actually talking about reining in the Zionist-controlled Federal Reserve by allowing the public treasury to start printing our dollar notes. So our treasury is no longer in the hands of Zionists like it is right now. So if we can back up our currency with tangible assets, which is what JFK did about 6 months before he died, that's going to pull the plug out the war machine and also put the cap on inflation, so our grocery bills stop kind of going up really quickly. So that's a few of his pillars for revitalizing the economy.
Okay, so let me ask all of you something really quick before, and then I'll go to Dana. How do you guys feel about this? In the occupation says Biden and Harris are lying about the economy. Feel free to chime in. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's like a
Yeah,
duh
of course.
question, right? You know what? Crude oil has gone up 34% since the end of the pandemic. Gas is now an average of $3.50. It's risen by 14 cents at the beginning of the year. Like Jay said, of course, no one is filing for unemployment because, I mean, if you have two jobs, you can't file for unemployment. So, like Biden and Kamala are lying about the economy, and it's kind of bizarre that they're pretending that we're not. I moved out because partially of how bad the economy was, but people are going to the grocery store every day. They're filling up their tanks every day, and they're buying formula. They're paying their light bills. Like, light bills are crazy now, and people are experiencing this, and it's like we're being royally gaslighted. And I don't understand how people are just okay with being gaslighted in such a way before she takes office. Like, so imagine what's going to happen whenever she's in for 4 years.
That's a good point. Nico, you might want to turn up your mic just a little bit, or put it on stereo like you did last time.
Yeah,
In the
let me check
meantime,
if
let me go to introduce our new guest, and then I'll go to Dana. Please, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Cesare, go ahead.
You was close. I respect it. Cesare, like Desiree, but Cesare.
Cesare. Okay, can you introduce yourself to everyone and tell everyone who you're supporting for 2024?
All right, sorry, I'm late. I had another Zoom call to attend to actually of this election. But I'm a Kamala Harris supporter. I've been a Kamala Harris supporter since 2017, before she even announced to run for president in 2019. And I'm from New Jersey.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Dana. We are on the economy. So I'll come back to you. We're on the economy. Dana, how do you feel about the economy and why do you feel that Donald Trump would be best to fix this issue?
Well, like most Americans, we vote what's on our dinner table issues. So, everybody doesn't have to be an expert in the economy or an expert in the stock market. However, when you look around where you live at, particularly your state, what is the unemployment rate? When you look at, okay, how did I perform when President Trump was president as opposed to now? Well, I made more money. Me personally, I made more money under Trump. And now it's like, yes, I'm still making money, but I have way more expenses because everything is so high, inflation, interest rates, groceries, gas, what have you. So, I mean, listen, as far as the economy, no, I don't believe what this administration is saying. As far as the economy is growing, is it getting better as far as bringing down inflation? Yes, slowly but surely. But at the same time, we are coming out of COVID. And I didn't expect for things to just rebound quickly because it was a complete shutdown. People were not working. And then a lot of those jobs, when the society opened back up, particularly what state you were in, those jobs are non-existent. And now we have an illegal migrant crisis that is affecting the economy when it comes to job availability, because 70% of Black Americans make 37,000 K annually or less a year. That is a problem because majority of Black Americans are in low wage jobs, and those low wage jobs are going to the illegals. So Black Americans are in competition with illegal immigrants that are coming here, and this administration is allowing open borders. So that's a big problem.
Hey, really quick, can you elaborate on what that means? I'm genuinely curious because, like, Trump let in millions of people, and like by the numbers, technically Kamala and Biden have actually locked more immigrants up and put more in cages.
I don't know where those numbers come from, and
No, I mean
Trump's not allowed.
it's an unfortunate reality that leftists have to explain.
So until you show me where those documents are at, but
I got you. Don't worry about it, Dane. I got you.
Don't worry, I can
let me answer your question. Because number one, Trump wanted to build a wall. They didn't want the wall. I was for the wall. Number two, he set up a camp at the border and placed everybody in a camp. So you had the boys, the men, the children, and the women, and they made a whole to-do. So when you say Trump allowed millions to come in, illegal immigrants have been coming into this country at the border for decades. Now, was it a surge under Donald Trump? Absolutely not. Did he lock up a lot of illegals? Yes, he did, because I'm from New Jersey. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'm from New Jersey. I'm from the tri-state area. So the fact is that I visit these detentions where they will put these put the illegals when they arrest them and they don't go to prison. So I've seen firsthand a lot of things that he was doing, activating ICE. So to say that this administration is locking up more illegals, that is a lie, because you allowed over 10 million to come in. So how many did you really arrest when you're giving all these billions of dollars and resources to illegals in these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states? So where did you get those numbers? And wherever you read those numbers, they're false.
Okay, well, hold on one second, Nico. Okay. This is where I think a lot of people on this panel are gonna butt head. This one, and immigration is also a topic, but Nico, I'll let you go ahead and respond, and then I'm gonna go to Colin about the economy. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, sanctuary state is a state issue. It isn't a federal issue. Trump wouldn't actually have any control over that. So if they did decide to come into
federal money is being sent to these states.
Yeah,
along the
but
state.
I'm just
State
speaking from a logistical
That
perspective.
is logistics. Federal
No,
money
no,
is
no, 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 I
being
don't think, no, no,
sent
no, I don't
to
think. Hold on, I don't
sanctuary
think.
states and
Hold on,
cities.
Dana, one
Let's
second. I don't think
let's
you're. I
let
don't think. You,
let's
yeah, I'll
let's yeah,
say.
let's take turns. Let's let
I don't think you
Nico
understand what
finish
I'm
and then
saying.
yeah.
When we're referring to a sanctuary state, that isn't Trump, Kamala, or Biden letting them in. That is a sanctuary state. So they have their right to offer sanctuary as of right now until the federal law changes. So that's the first thing. Second of all, I'm from Miami. I've actually visited the detention centers too. And I know for a fact that both candidates have been locking up kids and they're getting paid. I know the one in Miami and Homestead is $277 a day per child per day. Per child and per day. So part of the reason that there is an overflow and that both candidates have allowed more in and then given discretionary funds, literally funds to ICE to use at their discretion. And by the way, Biden and Kamala gave more money to ICE than Trump did. That's
To do
also a
what?
fact.
To let the
No,
illegals
hold on,
in.
no.
They
No,
didn't
not to
give
let
them
them
money
in.
to
No,
lock
not to
them up.
let, because, no,
Show
hold
me
on, let me
those.
finish.
Show
Let
me
me
that
finish. Let me
data.
finish.
Show
Let
me
me
that
finish.
data. Because you
Let
sit
me
up
finish.
there
Let me finish.
saying
Let me
that
finish.
Hold on,
I
Hold on,
ain't
let me
Let's
finish.
let
You
Let
gotta
me
let them finish so that
finish.
you
let's
can
let
disagree with it.
yeah, let's
Hold
let
Let me
on.
Nico go ahead and wrap
So,
up and then we'll let
yeah.
Dana.
The same type of funding, literally, because I mean, you can look it up. It's discretionary funding. It is the exact same earmark that Trump gave the
How
funding for
much?
when he gave it.
How
Hold
much?
on, when he gave it to ICE.
How
So
much?
my point. Hold on.
You
So
said
my point
earmark. That
is,
means it is
hold on
exact
one sec.
amount.
What I'm saying is the way he labeled it was the exact same way that Joe Biden and Kamala labeled it. That's all I'm saying. So what I am saying is this myth that somehow Kamala don't come here Harris is letting all the illegals into the border. It's ludicrous. It isn't
It's
based in
not. She's
fact,
the
and
border
it shows
czar. And she
and it
has
shows a
not visited the border
hold
not
on.
once.
Let me can I wrap? I'm trying to wrap this thing up so nobody gets pregnant
Okay,
before
so
we
just
leave.
finish
Let
your
me
big narrative.
so the idea that she is somehow allowing for an open border is ludicrous because that creates a myth, by the way, which doesn't work in your favor, that she's actually friendly towards the refugees from the wars that we're fucking causing. And it's a lie that's easily debunked if you just read the information. That's all
So
I'm
the
saying.
Biden administration, did they not take Texas, the state of Texas, to the Supreme Court to make sure the fact that they have more control over the border than the state troopers out in the state of Texas? That went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court put it back down to the federal district court, which
Yeah.
allowed the federal state troopers or the federal border people, sheriffs, whatever you want to call them, to detain the illegals. So to your point, they detain them and they let them
Yes.
go. They do not arrest them. So they could pull them
The-
up and put them in the back of a paddy wagon, whatever. They bring them in this country and they
Hold
open
on.
the
So do
door
they
and
have
they give them
hold
a
on? So
train pass.
so you're
Wait,
telling me
wait,
that all the
no,
detention centers are empty
wait.
now?
They
So
give them a train pass or a plane ticket to go to New York, Chicago, or wherever you. So the fact is that they are rounding up the illegals and bringing them into this country and not putting them in prison where they belong and sending them back. See, that's the difference.
so
Ma'am, was you not
One
looking at the
so
news?
second.
let me just say this and I'm gonna wrap this point up. So to your point, earmarking money to ICE to do what? To detain the
It's called
illegals under the Biden. Wait a minute, let me
discretionary.
finish.
It's at the
To
ICE. It's at
detain
ICE's
the
discretion.
Biden administration gave money to ICE to detain illegals, and then once they detain them, they let them go to
It's
sanctuary
literally
cities.
called
As
So
discretionary
opposed to
funds.
Trump,
I'm gonna have to
It's literally called
as opposed
discretionary.
to Trump, when ICE detained the illegals, they actually locked them up and deported them. That's the difference.
okay. So I had to mute for just a second. We haven't gotten to immigration yet. That is the next topic. So let's hold that till we get to immigration. I knew that one was gonna get heated. Let's go to let's go to I said Colin, the economy.
Um, I'll just say this real quick, but a lot of you know that I had my student loans forgiven earlier in the year, and I've had a lot of people ask me, "Well, now, Colin, you have some extra money, so what do you plan to do with it?" And the reality is, I do not have extra money to afford a house right now. And actually, I've been looking at houses right now, and I can't afford most of them right now. because everything is jacked up, especially in the DMV. So the reality is, and I work in an affluent area in DC. I work with families who are world bankers and diplomats. The fact that many of them are now moving out of state, not all, but many, over the last few years since the pandemic. Like I know one of my former students, he's moving to Detroit now. That should tell you something among the, and this is something that people are not necessarily going to tell you. It's not just poor, low-income people that are struggling right now. It's the affluent too. And the fact that, at least with my families, they're ending up, and many of them are from Europe anyway, they're ending up now saying, you know what? It's cheaper to be in Europe than it is here. So bye. So, I mean, so it's not just a low-income problem. This is an American problem that I think it's not being discussed. And the reality is everyone is struggling in some way, shape, or form. And the fact that for both candidates, the major ones, that they have not addressed that over and we talk about Kamala, like her race and all that, and Trump is leaning into that right now. Fine. But the idea that I told Nico on his show last week, we have yet to hear from even one of them regarding what the economy is going to be like under both administrations. And the fact that neither one have mentioned any of that yet should be a discouragement to anyone who is looking at even one of these two as a viable candidate moving forward.
It's because they're both owned by BlackRock.
That's a really good point, Colin.
By the way, can y'all hear me? Am I in now?
Yes, Torrin. I was going to go to you now.
Hey, Torrin in the building. God.
If you can introduce yourself, tell people who you're supporting, and then we'll go ahead and get you to answer the economy question. How do you feel about the economy? And do you think that the person that you want to support for 2024 will be able to fix that?
All right. Well, thank you for everybody for being patient for my technical difficulties. My name is Torrin Walker. I am a writer. I am a journalist. I am a content creator. My social media campaign is Torrin Walker. You can find me everywhere on Instagram, Twitter, especially Twitter. Like I said, I'm a digital storyteller. I am also apparently a troublemaker, according to some people on social media. But also, to answer your question, who am I supporting? It jumped around over this year. I was first really in the tank for Cornel West. But the way things are moving right now, hopefully I'll explain this over the conversation. I'm going to be voting for the library on November 5th. I'll be in there reading books. Y'all got it. I won't be on the couch. But I'll be doing something there to find.
Okay. And then how do you feel about the economy, Torrin?
In the context of this particular election, I'm going to echo what the brother just said. I don't feel like either candidate is really doing anything as far as like speaking to the economy, or I should put it this way. The people that Kamala is speaking to right now are the people who are in her immediate circle, which I mean people who work in politics, people who are in government, people who are in these quote unquote divine nine organizations who are honestly going to be fine either way, no matter who's going to be president. I feel like neither candidate is doing a really good job of speaking to people who go to catch the bus every day and go to work. People who have to struggle to make ends meet, which is the majority of this country. You just heard the brother talk about his issues with trying to find housing. The vast majority of people in this country are trying to really struggle to try to make $1 out of 15 cents. And nothing we're hearing right now is speaking directly to those people. They're speaking to either the elite class or they're giving you vague sort of like these vibes that don't have anything to do with hard policy. The fact that Kamala right now still doesn't have any policy platforms up on her website, but people are jumping around and partying and liking because they're caught up in this idea of identity and vibes. I think that speaks to the fact that unless you put some hard policy in place for people, it's going to be very difficult to really take this emotion and take this energy that people are caught up on just over her identity and build on that. And on the other side, on Trump too, Trump is just running on the fact that can't nobody tell me nothing right now. I hate to say this, but he's running on the fact that I'm the white 50 Cent. And it's like I'm unstoppable. Nothing can really touch me. And this is what he's running on. But I will say this. Those two things, you cannot discount the power of vibes. But at some point, you're going to have something to back those vibes up. And right now, I don't think either one of them is doing anything as far as the economy right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Torrin. Let's bring in Be Easy. Be Easy, the economy.
So the economy is trash. They lying about the economy in California, depending on what state, city or county you in. The average rent 25 to 3,500. Average gas 464. It could be more or slightly less. Average nationwide housing costs over 400,000, and we're not even getting into interest rates. What about that? Is anything to praise or ride home for? And then even when they talk about the wages rising, the wages are not rising at a rate to match up with the inflation. And yes, even though people may say it's getting better at a snail's pace. People are still having medical ailments. Your bills are not stopping. Your rent is going up each day. So it getting better with a drip incrementally better is like does nothing for that. But I'll land with this. I do agree with Dana because it's such a touchy subject and people tend to get very emotional. There's no metric that shows that illegal immigration helps the Black community specifically when it comes to wages. Studies show that it depresses wages, stagnates wages. And not only that, these workers are being brought over to be weaponized and exploited. And since we don't want exploitation, no one should be advocating for that. I'll land with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, Jesus Christ, Shazray, I'm gonna call you C.
It's like Desiree, but Cesare. That's it.
Cesare. All right,
that's
we talking about the girls' administration here.
Hey, how about Ray Ray?
Ray is fine.
Cesare, we're talking about your girls' administration. So, how do you feel about the economy?
Okay, so it's a lot to unpack because I was already 20 minutes late. So first of all, I'm gonna touch on Dana thing because I know we do immigration, but sometimes you just got to speak facts. Actually, the Biden-Harris administration did actually increase the ICE budget of 7% up to $1.9 billion. Secondly, if she's going to talk about the border, she has to talk about the bipartisan border plan that was put into place that was then rejected and campaigned against by the Republicans. So we have to talk about that. And that was going to increase federal judges. That was going to increase ICE officers. That was going to better shape the holding cells in which these people were in. That was going to give more equipment to the ICE officers to actually combat those crossing the border illegally. And it was also going to help build this, I don't want to say wall, but it was going to help build protective fencing, I would say, across the border to actually help facilitate and keeping them out. So that's not an opinion, that's just a fact. And Senator from Oklahoma, I think his name is Lonigan, his name is, he attested to that. So again, don't have to take it from my mouth. You can take it from the senator from Oklahoma who's a Republican. Secondly, we're going to touch on, you said the economy. The economy, yes, don't get me wrong, is it slow? Absolutely. But we also have to understand, because I hear people praising Trump, everything was so better under Trump. Trump inherited a great economy by Obama. That's not that he inherited it. He inherited it. Statistics have shown that when Trump took office, not only did everything decrease, wages slowed down, jobs were lost, and everything. I know people like to say, "Oh, but the economy, all Joe Biden did was recover the jobs that was lost, from Trump and COVID." Not only did Joe Biden recover those jobs, he actually increased the number of people getting new jobs outside of the jobs that was recovered from the loss of the pandemic. If you also look at the numbers again, easily can be Googled. Look at the numbers again. Inflation has gone down, wages have gone up. This administration have proposed a $15 minimum wage. This administration have come out strongly against change.
Point of order. I have a point of order. I have a question. I want to let him clarify. I'm just asking, was that the administration who offered that, or was that Bernie who introduced that?
So Bernie was able to. So Joe Biden did speak about it on his campaign, and while he's been in office, he has spoken about it, and he put Bernie in place. Well, I'm not gonna say he put Bernie in place. Chuck Schumer put him in place to then talk about it more at committee hearings. So
Also, didn't Kamala block that $15 wage?
no, she didn't block that. As a vice president, she blocked it.
So
It was never brought to the
she's a
floor.
tiebreaker in the Senate.
I can chime in here.
It was never brought to the floor.
I can chime in here
It
because
never came out committee.
So I
Never
can
came
chime
out
in
of
here
committee.
because I believe I covered that story. She was the tiebreaker, and she deferred to the parliamentarian.
Right.
So the parliamentarian decided not to go.
So that wasn't her. That wasn't her.
Right, but she was the
But she could have
tiebreaker.
passed it.
I will say she was the tiebreaker.
She couldn't have passed that.
She could have. That's
had
her
to
whole,
defer.
that's her whole power. That's like the one thing she could do as vice president is that. I'm just letting you know it's a
If
parliamentary procedure.
the body didn't vote to reconsolidate that bill, she couldn't have. Her vote was just to do exactly what it was. They'd never reconcile. I'm looking at it right, and it was never up for reconciliation. So I'm wrong word. Reconciliation.
No. The $15 minimum wage was separate.
I don't want to. I want to turn my camera
anyway,
on. I don't want to
continue. I just was trying to clarify, but go ahead. My apologies. Go ahead.
Mess up the feeding. Okay, so also moving forward, if when it came to that at these chain stores such as Target and I don't know what supermarkets I got, but I got ShopRite and Walmart and Target and all that stuff. One of the things that these chains were doing, that they were gag pricing, increasing prices, God pricing these things on goods and sell goods and all the stuff like that. The Biden administration came out and told them that they need to immediately stop. One of the things once they came out and told them that they need to stop the God pricing, Target came out, Walmart came out, ShopRite came out, and all started to decrease their prices on food. Now, is food still high? Yes, it is extremely high. I know because I go to the supermarket every single day, so I know the prices are high. But at the end of the day, that's what we're faced with. We also have to understand that we're coming out of a pandemic. We're literally coming out of a pandemic. Literally 2022. Literally. So we're still facing and we're still being.
It's been 2 years though. I mean,
Okay,
how long are we going to ride that?
Can I respond?
I'm sorry. 1 second. One second, guys. I don't know what happened to him. He dropped off. But Dana, you can go ahead and I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. We're still on economy. But Dana, you go ahead and chime in, and then I'm going to pass it to Lawrence and then Jay.
Yeah, just real quickly because he
only the host can see me.
Counter what I was saying. But he's back. I didn't know if you were finished.
Am I back? Am I back on? Because it said only the host can see me.
You're back on. Were you finished your comment?
I don't even know where I left off. Just said, all it said was I was backstage. So I don't even know where I left off at.
Okay, well,
and then it said backstage.
Let's let Dana respond, and guys, try to keep your responses a little bit short, just so we don't stay on economy for like 1 hour. But go ahead, Dana.
I wrote down so I could just get straight to the point. But as far as that so-called bipartisan bill that the Republicans rejected, like they should, because Democrats always want to add money that has nothing to do with what the actual bill is for, which is why it was rejected. ICE detains the illegals and they release them as soon as they detain them and give them bus tickets, give them plane tickets to go to sanctuary cities, which is why I call sanctuary states. Also, jobs were up and wages, more importantly, were up under Trump. Under this administration, wages are down because there are no jobs, because a lot of jobs that disappeared during COVID never came back. And as far as prices being up, going back to COVID, the supply chain was delayed, which does increase prices. And it doesn't matter who is sitting in the Oval Office because they have no control over that. And Elizabeth Warren went on, I think it was MSNBC, and said that Kamala Harris will make the 10 million plus illegal immigrants citizens. So we do have open borders, and that is what this administration wants, because they want them to be citizens and so that they can vote.
Okay, we'll get to immigration in just a second. Let's go ahead and go to Lawrence about the economy, and then to Jay.
Hold on, I don't get to speak about the economy. Jay got to speak about the economy already. I want to speak about the economy.
Nico,
You
I thought
confusing the beards?
you too. I'm sorry.
Damn, that's crazy. Man. That's wild.
Sorry, Nico. Go ahead, Lauren.
It's ties. We got
Okay, so I'm gonna say, obviously, every administration is lying about the economy. I'm not going to lie about that. However, Kamala was against TPP. She was against the U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement. When she campaigned, she wanted to have a tax credit for lower and middle income families. And so I don't see an issue there. You're going to get that on either side is what I mean, right? You're going to get that no matter what. And regarding immigration, if I could just plug this real quick, it was, migrant children facilities or something like that under Biden. It was kids in cages under Trump. It was something else under Obama, but it's the same always, every administration. So let's not get too hung up. I'll keep it short, as you said.
Okay, let's go to Jay.
Hey, don't worry, I'll keep it short, Nico. I know you want to jump in over here, but really quick, everyone keeps saying, oh, the economy was better under Trump. Yeah, that's because Trump skyrocketed the deficit when he was in office. This is even before COVID. Trump spent a lot more money than the government brought in, and that's contributing to our inflation problem today. So if you're mad about inflation today, it's not just on Biden and Kamala, it's also on Trump and the people before that, because they're all the ones who are printing all this debt. And until we address the Federal Reserve issue, inflation is just going to keep going.
Interesting point. Let's go to Nico.
President doesn't control the Federal Reserve.
Well, we can though, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Anyway, I'm actually kind of surprised that nobody brought up the fact that one of the reasons why we're printing money, one of the reasons why our inflation is so high, the interest rates are up, there are less jobs, is because none of the two main candidates that are running have any plans on reducing the global instability caused by U.S. imperialism. Is anybody going to talk about that? The fact that Israel has lost their whole goddamn mind, and we're just like, here's $10 billion more dollars. Here's $10 million more dollars. We just sent F-16s to Ukraine, pissing off Russia, who's leader of BRICS. And by the way, we tried to sanction Russia, which has one of the largest markets in the world, but we said, hey, man, we're going to try to sanction you anyway. And they ended up with a stronger economy. And then China has a stronger economy. Then we ruined our relationship with Saudi Arabia, and now Saudi Arabia is running with them. See, there's a big problem when you pissed off a bunch of people, when your economy, your dollar, the value of your dollar is literally reliant on petroleum. It's the petrodollar. In other words, even though we have a bunch of oil, our value of our dollar, the sovereignty of our dollar is based upon the amount of control we have over other people's oil or lack thereof. And because there is global instability, because what we haven't discussed about the economy with us is the fact that for some reason, the entire Western world is experiencing the exact same problems that we're experiencing. And so there has to be a commonality. And the commonality is that unfortunately, the majority of the Western world is engaging in imperialism and destabilizing the rest of the world. And that's what's turning our economy upside down. And so that has to be where our focus is if we actually want to address any of the issues that you guys are talking about as far as the dinner table issues with our economy. Because if we don't stop sending money out there, it don't matter what we do here because we don't got the money.
How's
All right, Nico bringing it. What was that?
How's the economy in Brazil? Because you left.
How's the economy in Brazil? So the real is tied to the dollar. So right now they're experiencing a little bit of inflation, but because of Brazil's strong relationship with China, they're not getting hit as hard as Argentina or a lot of Latin America right now.
So should we all move to Brazil and, take...
Hey, se você quiser, você pode aprender português. Vem cá. Vou esperar.
Are you a citizen or just allow me to stay?
Look, they got good drinks. I pay $400 a month for a house. Okay, look, you don't need a visa, so
that's what
do what you will.
What is the immigration laws there if you're American?
So for United States citizens, you don't need a visa.
Okay, everybody's
Trump supporter ready to leave America.
Brazil. Let's we're gonna go to immigration, which is probably gonna be the most heated topic. After immigration is reparations, foreign policy, and then policing. Okay, so my quick answer to the economy, I will say that I do feel like I had more money in my pocket when Trump was president. And I'm just talking about just looking at my bank account. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. I'm going to be voting third party. But just looking at my bank account, I did a lot better when Trump was in office. I'm just being completely honest about that. We were able to buy a house that was in 2020, that was under Trump's administration. I did look at the housing prices, and I still monitor this. I looked at the housing prices the next year after Biden won. That was when they started to jump up, and they've been continually going up. There's no way I would be able to buy a house in this same area today. So I do see the differences there with the economy. In reference to the jobs, I will say, yes, they have created jobs, but a lot of people have also been laid off. There's a number of times on this show where I've covered this company, that company, this company, laying off hundreds and hundreds of workers. So the layoffs are happening. And I do feel like the Biden administration is not being honest about the layoffs. They're also not being honest about the unemployment numbers. They're leaving out the fact that Biden actually kicked people off of unemployment around the time of Labor Day. A lot of people forget about this. So of course the numbers are going to be lower if you kick people off of it. Unemployment numbers also don't include adults that are living with their parents. So these are things that we have to keep in mind. I have seen a lot of people lose their jobs. I've seen people get jobs and then only to be laid off the next month. This has been a recurring thing since this administration. So I will say that I am very furious about the economy with this administration. Now I want to pivot to immigration, and I just want to give everybody a heads up. Let's all try to be civil with each other. This is a hot topic. I know this is a heated topic. We're going to start with
that wall. Build that wall, honey.
I know this is a heated topic.
I actually don't even know why it's such a heated topic. That's what's crazy to me. It's real simple. It's not that complicated.
Feel passionately about. I'm going to start with Be Easy. We're going to start with you about immigration. How do you feel about immigration currently right now with the administration? I know you're voting. You're probably going to vote for the couch. But how do you feel about immigration so far?
Yeah, I'm totally dissatisfied and disgusted with the immigration, because they are, even I will use the CBC, for example. It's supposed to be the Congressional Black Caucus. They spend more time advocating for immigrants, specifically illegal non-citizens, than the Black Caucus. They're advocating for marginalized groups, people of color, distressed groups, but they're not called the Congressional Distressed Group. It's called the Congressional Black Caucus. So that's one. Then they are being dumped literally in predominantly Black neighborhoods, displacing the neighborhood. In Oakland, in the 90s, Oakland was 47% Black. Now it's 18% Black and predominantly Hispanic. Richmond, South Richmond, where I grew up there too, was 48% Black. Now it's 17% Black, just dumped in the Black neighborhood, and you're just supposed to be okay with it. But if those numbers were flipped, it was a predominantly Hispanic area, and you dump a bunch of Black people, whether they're immigrants or not, that would be outrage. But as Black people, we're supposed to be everyone's political doormat and just accept. You look up, there's the Center for Immigration Studies, there's the government, is the something, I have it pulled up here actually. I just want to get the name right. The U.S. Center of Civil Rights. They all say, and even your boy Bernie Sanders, a leftist, said that illegal immigration has a detrimental effect on Black people. You can't say that, hey, bringing people over to depress the wages, to increase the housing costs, that's somehow going to be a benefit over there. There was a Duke study that said many of these immigrants, not all, but it doesn't matter if it's all, a significant amount come over here with anti-Black sentiments. So let's just say I love them and hey, open borders, bring them all over here. Many of them are coming over here with anti-Black sentiments. They're not coming over here to build some utopia, people of color coalition. They're coming over here to better their lives, which, hey, I respect them for that. But you also have to respect me for wanting to have ethnic preservation. These groups are coming over here to compete with us, not to collaborate. And if you're in competition with someone, it would be foolish to just say, here, come over here. They're being entitled to resources I never got. Chicago, for instance, $9,000 for rental assistance. I never even got a $9,000 tax return that I paid for. And when people say, hey, you guys don't have a black agenda that. Democrats just did a proposal where they're wanting to give annually $3 billion to just help resettle immigrants. So they're not even citizens and they're already drawing up legislation. And meanwhile, they're telling us, hey, you guys need an agenda. And for non-citizens, they're crafting an agenda for them, saying, hey, you need childcare, you need a debit card, you need this. If you come over here and don't speak English, you know what that is? A special need. So they're saying here, we'll allocate money to get a special need translator. I am not demonizing immigrants. I am demonizing the immigration process and how they are being used to be weaponized as a buffer group to displace and disenfranchise a group that's already disenfranchised. There are groups that have the resources, so they'll say there's a housing crisis. And you know what the solution to that is? Bring more immigrants. They'll say, hey, your schools are failing. And you know what the solution to that is? Bring more immigrants. So there's no metrics that show that there's this positive effect for the Black community specifically. I heard Kathy Hochul say, hey, well, they come and start new businesses and you get to eat different cultural food. I got Google. I could look up a French recipe and cook it myself. I don't need you to bring an immigrant and then you let them, because many of these businesses, they're getting like tax-free status for 7 to 10 years, things that I've never been offered. In Maine, they built a whole housing unit only for immigrants. If you're native born, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. If you're an immigrant, we're so compassionate. We have a bleeding heart for you. So I'm just tired of the double standards. If you have that same compassion for non-citizens, where is it for people that come from the lineage of ancestors and current people living that built this country? And I'll land with that.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go to Colin because Colin did immigrate here. Colin, how do you feel about immigration currently, 2024?
I just wanted to react to Be Easy, and I kind of feel on the spot because I may be the only Black person on this panel that has immigrated to the States.
Jay.
But okay, cool.
Yeah,
All
Jay's
right. So
credit too.
you can. So I'll say this. And I know, Sabby, you've spoken about this too on your show. And this, I don't want to say this is complex, but if you want to talk about the issues regarding immigration, you have to ask, why are immigrants willing to come here in the first place? That's what I'm not hearing in this discussion. And I can speak for me, because if I had it my way, considering my family issues, I would not be here. I should be still in the UK right now. I came for personal reasons, but that's another issue. But the main issue that we're not speaking about, that I think we need to, in terms of this problem, is we're blaming the immigrants. And for many of them, it's not their fault that they have to come here. They're coming here due to our policies that are affecting the countries that are being destroyed. Look at what's happening in Haiti. Look at what's happening in Latin America. We have all these sanctions that we have on these countries that their lives are being shot, that they're almost being forced to come here because either that they're not making the money or otherwise they'll be dead. So I just want to say we got to be very careful in terms of how we address people who immigrate here to this country, because for many of them, they don't have a choice to. And if you're going to, and I think it's kind of unfair to have that conversation without calling out our people in government and our systems that are in effect in these countries that are allowing these people to be forced to feel like they don't have any other choice to come here. So I just want to be very careful in how we kind of phrase this in terms of, because it's almost, and I get where you're coming from in terms of feeling like, as a Black person who's lived here, that you feel like, oh, you know, they're taking all of our positions away. I totally feel that, and I more than understand that. But you also have to understand the mindset of where they're coming from, that a lot of the issues that they're going through is related to what our policies are doing in those countries. So we got to be asking that a lot more, and we should be pushing our politicians more to get that answer in terms of, you know, we don't have any jobs, and you're giving these opportunities to immigrants, fine, but what about the policies that are in effect in like Latin America and all these other countries that they will have to come here or feel that they have to come here? So,
Colin, do you feel that this administration is handling, and I say that this was Kamala Harris's assignment. Do you feel that this administration is handling that particular issue?
didn't Kamala say don't come?
She did.
So, and what has she done as far as dealing with? And look, I think the idea of a wall or a fence or whatever, like, I think those are so superficial issues. And I feel like, especially as a Black community, we have to look at it more, because I think we tend to think of it more of how this is affecting us, which I totally get. But we have to look at more on a global scale as to what's happening around the world and how everything that is happening, which relates to foreign policy, which I don't think generally we do a good job of discussing a lot. But we need to look at foreign policy a lot to figure out the connections of how is everything affecting worldwide is going to affect us here. And I think if we look at that from that standpoint, then we'll have a better, not to say that, I think at minimum we'll have a better understanding, and not to say we're going to have a better feeling for immigrants coming here, but at least we'll be able to kind of say, look, they're coming in for XYZ for things under our tax dollars that we're paying for, that you're essentially starting wars in these countries due to getting their resources, that, you know, that they're being forced to make moves in order to come here. So I think we need to discuss that more in terms of the macro level, as far as what our foreign policy is like in terms of how that affects immigration here.
Can I ask
Okay, let's go to, I was about to say, let's go to Dana. Dana, we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Torrin.
Well, I want to ask him a question before I make my statement. Did you come here illegally or legally?
I came here legally.
Okay.
I had a green card, and I'm now a citizen.
Okay. And I don't have a problem with that. But I do have a problem with someone who comes here illegally crossing that border, and they get housing, they get health care, they get jobs, they get education, right? And they just walked across that border yesterday, as opposed to people who are still waiting for their green card, filled out their paperwork.
They don't just walk. I'm sorry. They don't just walk. It's under duress.
They walk or they swim. I'm talking about the border. But before this mass illegal migrant crisis, our immigration system was already shot. It was already a hot mess, because you had people waiting for their green cards, waiting for their citizenship or their residency for decades. So you walk over a border and you just get all of these resources that, number one, should have been allocated specifically to Americans, more specific to Black Americans. So we already have DACA, we already have anchor babies, we already have refugees, we already have the HB visas, right? So we accept all those. But I'm not going to sit up here and say, and this is not personal to an individual group of people, because people want to do what they got to do to, quote unquote, survive or get a better life. But what I'm saying is, as far as the policy and the politicians and this administration, you know, I have a problem when you allow over 10 million illegals to just walk across a border. I'm not talking about the ones that fly in, because that's a problem too. And you're getting all of these resources, billions of dollars, but then you say to American people, you got to pay more taxes and we can't pay you more money. So that's a problem. So I'm not going to sit up here, and I really don't care about the foreign policies that's happening in other countries, because what's happening that has been happening to Black Americans here for decades and centuries. See, we didn't just jump up and leave and go to another country or immigrate to another country. We stood here and we fought. So wherever you are in your country, why don't you stand up and fight for your rights?
I will say, Dana, I will say this. I will say this. If you care about your life, especially with us, and I know Sabby's going to get into this as far as policing, when you or someone that you know who is Black is beat up from the cops, that's Israel, baby. So you should be a little bit. So I would suggest you are a little bit more aware of foreign policy.
Wait, what does Israel have to do with police brutality against Black Americans?
Go ahead, tell her, Colin. Go ahead, tell her. Go ahead, tell her. Go ahead, burst her bubble.
If I could, I got two quick questions for Colin whenever y'all finish this.
One second.
One thing, what we are, this panel is not going to do, or anybody else is not going to do. You're not going to sit up here and say, okay, only the Israelis are the ones that always put.
No. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. Right, so go ahead, tell her, Colin.
Yeah, no. I don't need for you to tell me anything because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
You're not understanding what he's saying.
Loud and clear, but you're making it. But you're kind of describing to what I just said in terms of you are kind of dismissive of the idea that our foreign policy is connected to your situation right now as a Black person here. And I'm telling you, as someone who has lived here, who has lived among the community, who is fighting for you in your community here, to watch what's happening around the world. Because how is it held that we're able to give Israel like millions of dollars towards their education, universal health care, and we don't have that shit here? Explain that to me.
Yeah,
well, Colin, you ain't tell her the best part.
Wait a minute, hold on. We've been given
Dana. Hold on. I gotta interrupt.
In the state of Israel,
I gotta interrupt. I gotta interrupt.
I'm not pushing against you as far as us giving all this money to the state of Israel. We purposely want Israel to be, when I say we, the American government, you have to look at where is Israel situated, the state of Israel. That is for a reason. So a reason that we will never have any control over of changing or reversing back. So yes, America give them billions of dollars annually. That's not going to stop. But what I can say is,
why shouldn't it stop? Why shouldn't it stop?
Hold on, let David finish. Hold on, no. I feel like hold on. Let me. I gotta interrupt. I got to. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
That's your problem. That's not mine.
I had to mute everybody.
Look,
I'm sorry.
I'll say this.
I had to mute everybody. So here's what we're gonna do. Let people finish what they're saying before you speak, because for the audience, they can't hear when people are talking over each other. To Dana, to answer your question, Colin making the connection between Israel and the police is because the IDF trained the police here in the United States. But okay, now let's let Dana finish what she was saying.
Let me just finish, because again, this is when I'm talking about the effects of illegal immigrants and how that affects Black America. See, you're talking about the IDF. No, baby, you just got here. I'm talking about the history of America. So Jews didn't train the police department here starting during slavery. So stop trying to just pinpoint everything on Israel, everything on Jewish people. I think you need to broaden up your horizons. It wasn't just Jewish people that owned slaves, particularly here in America. The point that I'm trying to make, whether you're sending money to Ukraine, whether you send the money to the state of Israel, you're still sending billions of dollars to different states, sanctuary cities, giving them resources for illegal immigrants. So take Israel off the table.
Sabby,
take
can
Ukraine.
I please
Stop.
She's
kind of rehashed it. I think we got the point. Can I talk? I'm sorry. I gotta.
Bro, you've been cutting off all night, bro.
He was talking to. Don't interrupt me.
Because you've been talking for an hour. You just repeat the same thing 3 times.
You keep interrupting me.
You just repeat the same thing 3 times.
You can talk about the Jews when I'm
okay. Taking Israel off the table because we are not in foreign policy. We're still talking about immigration, and I want to make sure other people get a chance to speak too. I know Torrin's been sitting here kind of quietly, like, what in the hell? So let me kind of
I just want to do my 30 seconds.
let Dana finish, and then I do want to go to Nico and then Torrin.
Because I don't care about the billions going to Ukraine or Israel. I care about the billions going to the illegal migrants, because that money should be going to Black Americans.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, y'all Jewish talk, honey, because y'all on the Jews for some reason.
Okay, let's go. See, I told you guys, Black voters are not a monolith. Let's go to Nico.
No, I do believe in ceasefire in Gaza, but Jewish people ain't the ones that kept my people enslaved here in America.
Let's go to Nico.
So okay, Lord baby Jesus. Where do I start? So Dana is she's a Republican. She's a registered Republican. So that means you're the party of self-accountability, which means you have to take responsibility for your actions and the outcomes. So just because you choose to put on blinders to ignore the problem that is causing the issues that you're referring to, and I believe that B-Easy actually did a very good job of breaking down how unchecked immigration can negatively impact the Black community. I agree with him. Actually, the numbers agree with him. The problem is, the people who speak the loudest about how immigration will impact the Black community, for example, they ain't say shit this week about Venezuela. They ain't say a goddamn thing this week. And guess what's about to happen? Because the U.S. is wreaking fucking havoc in Venezuela right now, and there's violence everywhere. Where do you think they about to go? They going to Miami. Bienvenido, Miami. That's exactly what's about to happen.
You're already here.
No, yeah, they're already here, and guess what? They're going to be more.
Yeah,
they're
exactly,
going to be more.
And
Hold on, let me finish.
No, I thought you wanted to
Hold on,
about
let me
Israel, but
finish.
you interrupt me.
They're going to be more. Hold on, no, let me, because you're not understanding. You're understanding.
No, I do understand. I don't need you to
Sab,
tell
can I finish
me.
what I'm trying to say,
I know
please?
what is going on.
Dana, let
me
me
about
go.
Israel. So why don't you go?
Can I finish my point, please?
Let's let Nico finish. Again, the subject is immigration and how is this administration.
That's my so thank you. So hold on. Can I
Jewish people?
Yo, we did not mean to say Israel. It's bigger than Israel. That's all I'm saying.
Can I finish?
So now you want to talk about his.
Can I play?
Let's let Nico finish up so we can move this on.
Yeah, let's
talk about something.
Can I get some muted mics, please, so I can finish my point?
Dana, I had to mute you. Let's let Nico finish so we can move along.
My point is, the people who are talking the loudest about supplementary symptoms of U.S. imperialism don't actually discuss the issue of U.S. imperialism. It's like you keep letting your baby go outside with no clothes on in the middle of wintertime, and then you're like, I don't understand why my damn kid has a cold. I don't get it. Like, yeah, because you keep letting your kid go outside. I don't care about the weather. I don't care about that cold weather. Like, you are now obviously it takes a village. It isn't like one person can stop U.S. foreign policy, but absolutely, if the population unites together, they absolutely can affect U.S. foreign policy. There are policy decisions made all the time as regarding foreign policy in Central and South America and in Ukraine and Israel that get made because we went out and protested in D.C., but we ain't see y'all there. We went out and protested in Florida, but we ain't see y'all there. And so whenever I talk about the issue of immigration and I understand the impact that it has on the Black communities, I don't want them to have to fucking feel like they have to leave. Because who wants to go to a different country where you have to learn a new language, where you have to learn a new culture, where you know you're going to get made fun of, where people are going to scapegoat you for your problems, you leaving all your family and everything that you knew and loved behind because the safest place from the bullet is behind the barrel of the gun and rather than in front of it. And since we the big ass gun, where everybody going to go? So you can't keep saying, I don't care about Israel. Because that's what UK and Europe saying right now. Guess what? They're dealing with an immigration problem that they themselves caused. You can say you don't care about Ukraine. Guess what? I ain't hear nothing about them 100,000 Ukrainians hanging out in motherfucking Ohio right now because of the war that NATO and the US started. And like I just said, there's a big ass problem that we're causing in Venezuela right now. And guess where the fuck they about to go? Right here. So you can say, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Then if you don't care about it, then stop complaining about the issues that are being caused by it.
Okay, let's go to the next person.
The issues being caused by it. I'm saying, give me that money you giving the illegals to Black Americans. That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, we wouldn't have to
stuck in
talk about the
Israel.
money
I'm
they're
stuck-
getting
I'm
if
stuck
we
here in
if
America.
we minded our business. They wouldn't get the
We
money
don't-
because they
this
wouldn't
is-
be
this
here,
is-
Dana.
and
That's what I'm telling
you
you.
live in fairyland. You wait, you live in Alice in Wonderland. When you talk about minding your business, we're talking about
the United States would
of
not
America.
create the
We're talking about
circumstances.
Ukraine,
Dana,
Russia,
I feel like you're missing the connection here. You're missing the connection. If the United States would not create the circumstances that would force people to feel like they need to come to the States to immigrate, we wouldn't have to put the money.
What do you
Okay.
think?
There wouldn't be any money.
Let me-
We wouldn't need to spend the money.
Let
That's
me
my
sum
point.
Next up, Terrain
Let's go
Walker.
to yes, let's go to Torin. Okay, I hear where both of you coming from. Torin, how do you feel about immigration, Torin, and this administration handling that? You got to unmute.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good. Hopefully I can get through this and get everything off. I know it's hot in here, but let's ride. I want to respond to something that Colin said earlier. You are absolutely right that American foreign policy creates a lot of the situations in other countries that make life so untenable and so horrific for other people that they have to find somewhere safe to go. My question is, why does that place always have to be in Black communities that are already resource strapped and are already basically have their backs against the wall when it comes to resources and finances, and they basically don't get any sort of resources for the people who are living here? That's my question. I'm not saying that look, America's always been a place where people from other countries have come here, whether for nefarious reasons or for a look for better opportunities. But the situation going on right now is the fact that when people do come here from these places, they do end up being housed in places like Chicago or in Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta right now, and you can see this, or New York, or in places that are already economically deprived. 9 times out of 10, they're going to be Black people living in those places. And the resources that are supposed to be allotted to Black people who are already struggling end up getting allotted to people who are coming over here who, like Be Easy said, often have anti-Black feelings about the people that they're next to. That's part of the issue as well. I don't think anybody's really against anybody trying to survive and anybody trying to find a better life. But when you're bringing people over here and you set up competition with people who are already struggling, and then you bring on people who are, again, having to learn a new language, having to learn a new culture, having to understand the culture, but they already come over here with anti-Black preconceived notions about what Black people are like, and then they take those into the wider world, and then they're in the system that's already welcoming them, that was already built on anti-Blackness. I feel like that's an issue that really has to be addressed, and that's something that has to be that's something that has to be spoken of as well. Now, I also think sometimes we get into this idea where the conversation becomes more academic, and it becomes more of an idea of what we want to see happening, as opposed to what the truth is. And the truth is, if you go, I'm just going to use my own city for an example. If you get in a car and you go to Buckhead, which is sort of like the affluent part of Atlanta, and you drive maybe like 10 or 12 miles going through downtown, all you're going to see is homeless encampments, and 90% of the people in those encampments are going to be Black men. Now, at the same time, you can go to Miami, which is a place that I frequent quite family because I got family down there. Once you cross the causeway from South Beach, where everything looks good, and you go into the city, you still see homeless encampments. The majority of those people are Black men, some Black women. But if you go into any job, you can't get a job unless you speak Spanish. I mean, you can forget about it. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, because people do create their own enclaves wherever they go. But what I'm saying is we can't deny the fact that there are Black people who are here who have been here for 400 years, who have had to fight tooth and nail for every resource that they can get from this government and still don't get it. And then you see people coming over here and they seem like they're given everything that's handed over to them. That's part of the issue as well. We have to talk about that. We can't talk about the horrors that happen in other countries and then not talk about the fact that people who are over here struggling day for day, check to check, can barely pay their rent, and are basically on social services, are getting their cash strapped and basically having to fight tooth and nail against people who are coming over here who are basically seeming to receive those same benefits without having any sort of real struggle to deal with. I'm not talking about what they dealt with in other countries. I'm talking about what happens over here. That's something that's going to address as well.
I totally get that, Rain, but again, I think people kind of think of it, this is how I kind of interpret it, that people kind of think of it as separate issues. And I think we need to make the connection as to it's not this or this, it's all inclusive of this.
Can I respond to you real quick though?
Sure.
Can you say it's a separate issue? I mean, I understand what does geopolitics, let me finish. What does geopolitics have to do with the fact that I can't pay my rent this month? Not me specifically, but this is what people are dealing with. We're talking about bedrock issues that people are having to deal with every day. I understand that they're connected, but the fact of the matter is, if you see drastic detriments to what you're dealing with in your monthly and what you're struggling with every day, those things, while they are important, they don't affect your bottom line. They affect what you see and they affect what you're dealing with. And this is something that we have to address.
This is a really good point. I hear where all of you are coming from. I think you all are making really good points. And one thing I to answer to Torrin's question, and I want to go to Lawrence. In Massachusetts, they did send migrants to a predominantly white community, Martha's Vineyard, and the white people told them to get out. And
Yep.
so the governor came and took them from Martha's Vineyard and brought them into Black communities in Boston, one of them being Roxbury, which is one of the poorest communities in Boston. They kicked the people in the neighborhood that were using the rec center. They kicked them out of the rec center, and they used that rec center to house migrants because all of the emergency state shelters are full because of the migrants are occupying those. So they had nowhere else to put them. So they put them into the rec center. But now the Black people that grew up in that neighborhood can't even use the rec center. The kids who that was their safe haven after school, they would go to the rec center. They participated in rec sports. They can't do that now because it is being occupied by the migrants. Whoever was working at that rec center, their job is gone. I sat up here, I had people on the show that live in that neighborhood, and they showed me the pictures and the videos. They were bringing in brand new baby strollers. They were giving them debit cards and everything. And I'm not one of those people to say, don't help people out. I do mutual aid. You guys know that's what we do mutual aid. That's a big part of our thing. What I am saying though, is why are you kicking out Black people in those communities who are already having to deal with gentrification that is pushing them out as well? Why didn't you give them new strollers? Why didn't you give new strollers to the Black moms who needed them? Why didn't you give them debit cards? So some of the stories I heard from people in New York City, they showed me numbers that show that they're giving them more money on the debit cards than people in New York are getting for SNAP benefits. And let's not forget that President Biden reduced the SNAP benefits. So I think I hear where all of you are coming from. I also, again, I talk about the geopolitical part about this as well, because we've destroyed those countries. But go ahead.
But very quick, Sabby, and I hear what you're saying, Troy, but I think, Sabby,
1 second. Sabby, I just want to respond to Sabby real quick. And what you described is something that happens in Atlanta. It's happening in Miami. It's happening in New York. It's definitely happening in LA. It's happening even in the Midwest where there's not that many Black population, but they still get moved out. And we can't sing Kumbaya with people while we're sleeping on cardboard. That's just not realistic. I know it sounds good. I know we want to have this sort of altruistic idea of how we should all be able to hug and love each other. But all that stuff goes out the window when you're seeing your livelihood and the small thread that you have being jeopardized. That's just the truth. Go ahead, Carlos.
I don't fuck anybody.
Very quick. This is why, and we probably should talk about this more anyway. But this is why we need to be more involved in local politics, because this stuff that you're mentioning is not necessarily a federal issue. This is a state local issue. So if you're seeing all of this happening in your city, that's something you should be on your mayor's ass about. Not necessarily what Biden, Kamala, or whoever else, that's affecting you directly. Because the money that you're making, that's happening at Atlanta. That's your city. The fact that you can't get a home, that's happening in Atlanta, your city. So
but I will say those mayors and governors did reach out to the Biden administration multiple times. I know my governor and mayor did, and they responded on NPR radio, and they told people that the Biden administration were ignoring their concerns, that they told Biden they have no room to put them anywhere else anymore. And they did not get a response from Biden or Kamala Harris. I will say that. So they did reach out to the federal government for help.
That's called hush money. That's what we call hush money. When you are messing with other people's foreign policies and you need people to shut up. People have no idea how many Somalis live in Minnesota, for example. They have zero idea. But if you go to that airport, low baby Jesus, they are running the whole airport. It is wild. And it's the same reason people have no idea about the real history of Cuba, right? Because whenever the Cubans that originally arrived there after the Fidel administration took over, there were all the white, rich Cubans who benefited from the segregation and the U.S. corruption there. right? And nobody knew about it. So everybody thought that every Cuban was just a white Cuban until you find out after you do your research, oh shit, no, actually Cuba's mostly black. These are the people who fled here after the fact, and they got hush money, they got grants, business loans, things that the black community in Miami never got. And it was largely because they were able to lobby the local community, but it was also hush money because the federal government was bringing them in and saying, shh, don't tell them what we're doing over there. Don't tell them what we're doing over there. Because this administration specifically has to pretend like they like immigrants, right? Because that's the whole Democrat thing. But like I said, they are still simultaneously locking them up. There's also the whole problem that we haven't addressed about the fact that ICE is damn near the biggest human trafficking ring in the goddamn world. And nobody wants to talk about that because they got caught with a whole human trafficking ring out in Georgia that people still aren't talking about with those discretionary funds that they got. The immigration problem is manufactured. It is manufactured largely. That the crisis, rather, not the problem, but the crisis itself. It's manufactured, but then also there's personal responsibility. I get what we're saying. Oh man, we're at the conclusion because we weren't paying attention at the start. That's the problem. We would have never gotten here if we were paying attention. We were supposed to be paying attention.
Let's make sure we get Lawrence and Jay because they've been waiting for a while.
Quick comment to what Colin said, because I meant to bring this up earlier, because even the people that are saying they're sitting on the couch, the question I wanted to ask, are you going to vote locally? Because that is the most important. And the only reason why I did switch from Democrat to Republican was for my local elections. It wasn't because I'm MAGA, because I'm not MAGA, but I switched because of locally what was going on in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, to be specific. So local elections are way more important a lot of times than our presidential.
We agree on something. Go ahead.
I said this at the beginning. I may not vote on the federal level, but there are ballot initiatives in DC that I will definitely vote for.
Yeah, so it's down ballot, meaning other things that is on that ballot, which is very important. But as far as the immigration, these governors and mayors in these sanctuary cities or sanctuary states, they go to the administration saying we got a problem. We don't have enough room to put them, or this, that, and the other. Give us more money. They're asking for more money. It is a money thing. And to your Nico, you're right. The immigration or the ICE, they're part of this human trafficking. So nobody's hands are clean. So if we have a human trafficking problem, opening up the borders is making it way worse. So
that's a good point. Let's go to Lawrence and Jay, and then we'll move on to reparations.
Okay. So Kamala said, do not come, right? But then they made her the border czar, right, at that point, and she came to them. She's been on a tour, and I don't know what's gonna happen there, but hopefully it leads to what my man Bernie used to say, which was like a Marshall Plan, or maybe it was another candidate, I don't know, a long time ago. If we had a Marshall Plan to actually deal with this foreign policy, they wouldn't be coming here in droves, right? If we didn't have a horrid foreign policy, starting with the genocide of indigenous people and then the transfer for 400 years of Africans across the world, including South America and Central America, who are now immigrating here because of that same foreign policy across, Europeans and their slave trade. We might not have the situation that we're dealing with now. So a Marshall Plan is needed. Hopefully Kamala is moving in that direction, which again, I'm pragmatic, I'm sober about it. It's a show either way. I'd rather watch that show. I'd rather watch the show of them going on tour and trying to figure out what's going to happen if they change things if they change the foreign policy versus if they go the Republican route where they just ignore it and say, let's just build a wall. We don't care what we do outside of here. We'll just do that. And also, I guess I'll save that for the reparations thing. But again, as a Pan-Africanist approach, we can't divide ourselves from those immigrants coming from South and Central America so easily, right? We are all Africans to a certain degree, and we need to understand that. But furthermore, I just want to say foreign policy is mandatory if you're worried about immigration. And furthermore than that, if you care about politics, you need to understand foreign policy. And this is not directed at you, Dana. This is just directed at the video.
All right, let's bring in Jay. Then we'll move on to reparations. Jay,
Hey.
immigration.
Hey, perfect. Thank you. So, this is a great timing because I'm actually an immigrant, and I do have to. I agree with a lot of what you just said, Lawrence, but I do want to push back really quick on what you said about reparations. I think lineage-based reparations for Black Americans, does make sense because race-based
Can we,
reparations are
Jay,
going to be.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can we wait till we get to the reparations
yeah,
topic? Can
yeah.
you just comment
Yeah,
about
yeah,
immigration?
Yeah, no worries. So as far as immigration goes, the only the only one of the three highest polling candidates who's linked immigration to our foreign policy is actually RFK Jr. He's spoken about how we've destabilized most of Central and South America, and then all of a sudden, we get all these immigrants coming from these countries. I think we definitely need to seal the border for illegal immigrants, so we know who's coming in and out the country. I think getting judges on the border to process asylum claims so people who are actually seeking asylum can get in is a good idea. And we need a pathway to citizenship, for nonviolent, some of the nonviolent illegal immigrants who are here, as well as a legal immigration policy that makes sense. So I'm pro sensible immigration that actually benefits the country in the long run. And we have to know who's coming in and out the country, because right now the cartels are essentially controlling our foreign policy, our immigration policy, since they're the ones who are, deciding who can pass through that territory. And just to kind of, bring this around so people understand, how American foreign policy impacts immigration, that Venezuela example is a great one. About how we're currently right now destabilizing Venezuela. We started during, the Trump administration it started before him, but it ramped up a lot during the Trump administration. We got a lot more Venezuelan immigrants. I was born in Jamaica. The CIA flooded Jamaica with guns and drugs in the 1970s. Before the CIA did that, the Jamaican dollar was actually stronger than the US dollar at one point. Now it's about 160 to 1. My girlfriend is Haitian. Haiti has been under, an American-backed dictatorship for most of the 20th century. America has also overthrown the Haitian government 4 times since the early 1990s. And now you have, conservatives and people on the right crying about Haitians coming here, yet they have absolutely no idea how America has impacted Haitian foreign policy. I grew up in Turks and Caicos Islands. Our first chief minister over there was a gentleman by the name of Jags McCartney, who was assassinated for connecting with the Black Panthers, over here in America. His plane went down magically, and it came out later through a FOIA request that the CIA was keeping a bunch of files on him. And so people really need to understand there's not a single country America gets a ton of illegal immigrants from that we have not overthrown their government within the past few years. Literally every single country people complain about, we've overthrown their government. So until we stop overthrowing other people's governments, we can't really complain about the consequences of that, because we have to stop our involvement in that process. And after we're no longer involved in that process, sure, we can, complain more. But also, I just want people to realize when immigrants come over here and wind up in Black communities, they're going to the places that are cheapest, that are close to major cities where they can get jobs, and they're being incentivized to go to certain neighborhoods. So the same establishment that is destabilizing their countries they're coming from is also pitching them against Black Americans right here in the country to set up a divide and conquer strategy where Black Americans get mad at the immigrants instead of the people, putting them in the situations that are negatively affecting, Black immigrants. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were the ones who implemented this catch and release program. So they took a bad problem, made it a lot worse. And if Trump gets in, he can't wait to, he literally talked about going to war with Mexico. He literally, he's far more hawkish on Venezuela. So to think that Trump will stop illegal immigration is just, it's insanity, because he creates the conditions that make illegal immigrants want to come here in the first place.
Okay, reparations. Let's.
Can I say 2 seconds? Do any of these other countries take accountability for their own government being corrupt? Why?
Moldova
I
does.
don't know if you
We're
can take
the
accountability for
corruption,
bombs.
mostly.
Moldova
Haiti
does.
has had corrupt leaders since probably the revolution. So
Haiti was
Who?
corrupt, Burkina Faso, Sudan.
America, United States of America goes into other countries, abstract resources, but so does other European countries as well. However,
Yeah.
a lot of these countries, Venezuela, Haiti, and others, they have had corrupt government
Yeah.
This is
No. Well.
exploiting their
true.
own people. So
That's
take
true
Well.
as well. Well, we're gonna move into reparations. Reparations.
Okay.
Okay, this is this should be an interesting one. How do you feel about reparations? I mean, obviously, the current administration is not trying to do this, but how do you feel about reparations? And do you believe that your candidate can move forward with this? Let's start with Cesare. I hope I said it right this time. Cesare, you're the Kamala supporter. Do you believe that there will be a pathway from Kamala for reparations?
Want to be honest? You want me to be honest, or you want me, or you want me to
Hey,
tell
we all
you?
know the quote,
Or
but
you
if you want to
want you
say
to
it,
be
you can
honest.
say it.
We know the
want me
answer
to be-
now.
What did she
We
already
know
say,
the
Mike?
answer
What she
now,
gonna do
man.
for black people?
or you want me to say how I feel about reparations? But I'm just being honest. Nah, unfortunately, I'm a big proponent of reparations. Um, I am tired of hearing this whole thing about commission. I know one of the things that Joe Biden did an executive order was the the racial justice order, which was in hindsight word salad. It did absolutely nothing. I mean, since they've been in office, HR 40 that was introduced by Conyers has come out of committee, but it has been stalled since 2021. I wish this administration come forth stronger about reparations, but unfortunately, on this particular situation, I cannot defend them.
So
Okay.
why? So why? So why?
I'm gonna be honest.
We should probably start killing
So-
some Palestinians, and we might get some money. I don't know. Maybe we should try that.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, you can't say because you didn't have to look at Congress. Like Joe Biden's not sitting there and signing laws, sending money to the Middle East. Like it's just
Nah, but he definitely
please.
overruled. Hold on. So he overruled a whole like congressional block to send money to Ukraine, though. Like
Yes,
they were
he
like,
did.
nah, and he was like, yeah, and he sent the money. So
Yes, he did.
And he overstepped Congress in order to
Yeah.
get weapons
Yeah.
to Israel, though.
No,
Twice.
I mean he didn't overstep. He did kind of forcefully come out and say, "Y'all need to make this happen."
So you think
Like,
so you
he just-
approve so you approve of reparations, but you don't believe
I
that
do.
you don't believe that Kamala, because that's who you're supporting, will push that forward. Is that what you're saying?
I don't necessarily. Well, for it to happen, let's be perfectly clear. She has to have to give it a chance. At least a Democratic-led Congress. If we're just focusing on electing Kamala and not giving her the tools to at least criticize her, then it's going to become a stalemate. Because we can put Kamala in there, but if everything is led by Republicans, it's definitely not going to go anywhere. I would rather take a chance on having her in there and having a Democratic Congress and see what happens, and then we can kick that ass, and then having her in there with a Republican-led Congress, and then yeah.
Hey, Cesare, didn't she say that she wasn't going to do anything for black people specifically?
One second, Nico.
First
She just
of all,
made.
don't take that comment out of context because people.
No, that
I've
was
been kicking
definitely
ass
context.
about. I've been kicking.
Nah.
I've been kicking people ass about that comment.
So let me just chime in just to let you know. Just to let you know, Cesare.
I don't know if I can curse. I apologize.
She did make a statement recently about reparations, and she said that she would put forward a study of it. And a study, and this really pisses me off because a study is just a stonewall tactic. Studies are where bills go to die. which means that she is not in support of cash reparations. She has said this publicly before in interviews before they won in 2020. So she is not going to push that forward. That is just a stonewall tactic. One thing I didn't get to ask you when you came in a little bit later, why are you supporting Kamala Harris?
Okay, so respectfully, I did say that I did make that comment and say that she made the comment about the whole reparation thing and the whole word salad. I did make that was one of my first points about it being word salad.
Right, but why
secondly,
are you supporting her again?
I'm supporting her because not only of the lesser two evils, but when it comes to my rights as a black man, I would not leave it in the hands of Donald Trump. I would rather leave it in the hands of Kamala
What rights are you referring to? I'm just curious.
So I'm thinking about the Voting Rights Act. I'm thinking about the George Floyd Policing Act, and this is coming from somebody who wears the uniform. So I support the George Floyd Policing Act. This is when it comes to women's rights. Not only am I a black man, but I have brothers. I have sisters. Trans men who I call brothers. However y'all want to go into that conversation. I have aunts. So women's rights is very important, and she's been a hawk on women's rights. When it comes to the possibility of appointing somebody on the Supreme Court, she's perfect to be in office because, again, there is a possibility, and Alito just came out with a statement saying that he wants to resign after this election, that she has the possibility of possibly putting somebody up for the Supreme Court, 2 to 3 people on the Supreme Court. If you look at Roberts, if you look at Thomas and Alito. So that's just
okay.
in hindsight, I when you got 30 seconds. So that's in hindsight one of my reasons why.
Okay, I was just curious because I did look at her website again, and I did notice that Kamala Harris, it's been 10 days and she still has no policies on her platform. She has a donate button. She has a store, but she has no policies on her platform. So I don't even know what Kamala Harris is running on. And it just, I don't want to stay here. I want to move on to somebody else. But that's weird to me. I feel like this is just vibes. I don't see no policies.
So at one point, she wasn't even, respectfully, she wasn't even considered a candidate at one point.
That's a whole
She
lot.
wasn't.
Come
That's a
on,
whole
bro.
She was.
She's the vice president.
First of all,
She's the vice president.
Right, she's the vice president, and she's at the behest. Unfortunately, she's at the behest of Biden and whatever it is his agenda was. Now that she is the candidate, she has the chance to now formulate her own platform.
It's been 10 days, though, bro.
She just
had 4 years to think about
it.
I'm in the White House. I'm in
Time out.
I ain't doing shit.
She didn't have 4 years. Time out.
Go ahead.
She didn't have 4 years. She didn't have 4 years because she's at the behest of she's at the behest of Biden and what his agenda is, and she pushes his agenda.
So you're telling me?
Time out.
Hold on. I might, y'all. Hey, listen. I'm in a different time zone, so my brain be fuzzy sometimes. Didn't she run in 2020?
You're only 1 hour behind Eastern.
I know, but hey, listen, don't do that, Dan. Don't do that.
You were behind Eastern 2020? I was about to catch her too. Like, wait a minute.
Didn't she run in 2020? She ran for president, right?
Didn't get a single vote.
Okay.
She did run in 2019.
Also, doesn't she have a month?
She became the right. But everything that was 2019 issues is not everything about 2024 issues. Things have changed.
Reparations has been on.
Time out.
It's time out for the excuses.
Time out. Please, let's let me get a word in. Like,
you got a lot of words in, to be honest, bro.
Okay,
no, I haven't gotten a lot of words in. As soon as I say something, it's like blah, 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 blah. And the audience can't even hear what I'm saying. I'm looking at the comments.
Okay, really quick, Shezare, and then I do want to move on to other people because they're waiting. Go ahead. Okay, I think we can't hear you. You got to unmute.
Wait, are you talking? I'm muting myself. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, go ahead and finish what you were saying, and then I want to move on to other people.
Okay, no, but I was just in hindsight saying that she just accumulated enough delegates to actually be the presumptive nominee. Now that she is the presumptive nominee, she's able to formulate her own agenda on what she sees fits for her presidency. When you are second in command, you are now at the behest of the person in which is leading the party, which was Biden.
Okay. Okay.
That's not Cap.
Okay. I'm gonna move on. She knew about this a year ago, FYI. And if you have time to make a website and ask people for money, you got time to take money, you got time to come up with a platform. I'm gonna move on to Be Easy here, reparations.
That's just been shifted from Biden's website to her website. That's all that is. It's the same website from Biden.
Maybe she should have
She did not know that a year. She did not know that a year ago.
That's just
yes, she did. Yes, she did. This was discussed a year ago. Yes, sir.
This was not discussed a year ago.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Be easy. Reparations. And I know you're probably voting. You said if you vote, you may vote Jill Stein or you'll vote for the couch.
Correct. Yeah. So one of the candidates do have to put forth the reparations. Even some people like to make the excuse, hey, well, it's never going to get passed. So ask people, do they support it in principle? And even as a candidate, it's up to you to put forth the policies that you believe in and advocate for them. I heard the brother bring up some of the trans issues. I don't know anyone that was running on gender affirming care in trans bathrooms, but there's many places where they changed to trans bathrooms because they advocated for it. That wasn't a popular policy position, but they said it's not about popularity. We believe this is morally right and morally just, so we're going to fight for gay marriage and all this stuff. And I support the trans community. They stand on business. They say, hey, look, we want these bathrooms, we want this, and we're going to advocate for it, regardless if you think it's going to pass or you think it's popular or not. So when people say, oh, I don't even know if it's going to pass, it doesn't matter. Do you believe in principle? People say this is a Christian nation. Well, what would Jesus do when it comes to reparations, right? So if you're a Christian and you believe in morality, it's up to you as a politician, as a policy advocate, a activist, whatever, to make the argument, because all of the arguments against it could be easily debunked in real time, but it's really up to the politicians to make the argument. And that's even more of a reason. If you know it ain't gonna get through Congress, then you get the special brownie points of saying, hey, I was the one stomping for it hard. When people were saying for Medicare for all, right? No one thought that was gonna pass, but they wanted to force the vote based on principle, based on it being a just policy position for everyone to have health care for all. Did it pass? No. But did that stop people from rooting for Bernie and still wanting universal health care? So if you believe reparations, if you thought it was just for Jewish people, and all of the other collective groups, why would it be unjust for us? So whether you believe it's going to pass, whether you think it's popular and your neighbor is going to hate you, as someone who believes to be logical and principled, it's up to us to make the legitimate argument. And let the policy and the political chips fall where they may.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in Lawrence. Lawrence, you kind of quiet. I got to bring you in earlier.
Yeah, reparations, right? So this is the easiest one I would say to say we could pull Kamala if we organize versus Trump, right? This is the easiest one. It's reparations. And furthermore, Obama, I never full-throatedly endorsed reparations, let alone HR 40. So I don't know. I heard you say she might have done something along those lines, but I haven't seen her fully endorse it. But if she's talking about studying it, I know she's been more explicit about it. Kamala.
Okay.
And so I'm saying we could push HR 40 over the line. Again, it's a show. I know it's weak, but what I'm saying is, like, between the two, it makes sense. And I don't know what else we can get her to do. I want Black people to have tax free for 400 years, and I know we're going to net zero wealth by 2050. And I also understand, again, I'm going to bring it up just to point it out, Pan-Africanism means that Black people exist that have been suffering in this way, so we should be less divided when it comes to that, when people come over here. But to be straightforward and simple, again, and short and quick about it, we just need to make sure that Kamala is pushing reparations over the. I'm for it. I think that HR 40 is the basic. I think that's.
But your first choice is Cornel West, right? Doesn't Cornel West have reparations on his platform?
Oh yeah, he's racial justice with Cornel West is a no-brainer. Obviously, I would argue that he's squared away with that. I'm sitting up here as a backup for Cesare.
Okay. Poor Cesare is like, God damn, why I say yes to this panel?
I'll reiterate that I have not. I'm not going to shame anyone in any direction, because it's clear to me that people are at different levels and they just need to fight. I think the quickest or most succinct explanation of my stance is we need to organize to pull all candidates toward our issues. And in the short run, obviously, we want Kamala to come to us on those issues. And if we can get her over, we don't have to backtrack. And I know some of y'all disagree with that, because either way, that's up in the air. That's a solid question to have. Who's the lesser evil? But I'm just saying maybe it's blue, because that's closer to us.
And I just want to reiterate,
please.
I do vote shame. I vote shame like a motherfucker. Because so for example, I do believe in reparations, and I believe that it is, if you are a Black person who has lived in the States or has parents who's lived in the States, you have a responsibility to put, I don't care who the hell you're voting for, first of all, if on this issue, if you don't hold them accountable here, then why the hell are you voting and talking about what other issues you want? Because we're talking about immigration and all this other stuff that affects our community. But the one thing that we are owed, not hypothetically, but legitimately, we're not going to get. And I'm not even talking about slavery. Like, yeah, we can go with make the slavery argument, but I like to talk about it from the argument that I can actually win, because technically my people weren't there. So I'm Caribbean, so I'm Bayesian. I wasn't here, so I got to make the other argument. Because, for example, after the Great Depression, right? Y'all know all the banks were forced to close, including the Black banks. The problem is the Black banks were in the green. It was the JP Morgans that were fucking the economy over. But whenever they passed the Federal Housing Act and FDR did his thing, he forced black banks to close and killed off our wealth. He disallowed us from building houses in the communities we wanted to build them in, getting loans and grants in the communities we wanted to get them in through redlining. And the last case of redlining, which is literally a Jim Crow law, was prosecuted in 2014. So when we're talking about reparations, we're not talking about reparations from slavery. We're talking about systemic oppression by the government that came through legislative form that we can prove in a court of law. That is what's crazy to me. If we can't even gather around this issue and be like, look, I'm voting for Kamala, but she need to get this shit together. Look, I'm voting for Jill Scott. She's doing it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care who the candidate is. We got to be able to come together on this issue, because we can't get what we owed while we're working together. Then we're not about to get shit else. So there's not really any point in discussing Black issues.
That's a really good point, Nico. Torn may have to leave in just a second, so I do want to bring in Torn, and then I'll go to Dana. Torn, what's your take on this, on reparations?
Well, first of all, I want to speak as a foundational Black American. My people have been here since the 1700s. There is absolutely, first of all, I'm 100% behind reparations for African Americans. Now, as far as what kind of candidate is going to help us move the needle as far as reparations, I don't see any of them doing that. I think what has to happen is people who are concerned about reparations for African Americans have to constantly be on the backs and on the necks of these candidates and make sure that information, and make sure that this issue is at top of mind, and also at top of our priority as far as what we want as far as policy. I saw the other brother, I forgot his name, said that Kamala said she wants to do another study, but we already have a study. People think that HR 40 is a reparations policy. All HR 40 is a study to determine the feasibility of having reparations. And I think people get that twisted. First of all, that study, while I think it is important, it's been stalled since 2000, and it's been in Congress floating around since the early 1980s, damn near. But I hope I'm not wrong on my dates. But we don't need another study on reparations. All you got to do is go into the Black community and look around if you need a study on reparations. But if you want to go back and go through the history of this, like the brother just said, the history of systemic discrimination, the history of Jim Crow, the history of political violence and political terrorism that African Americans have faced since 1619, and ever since, if you want to go back before that, 1555, even if you go to the point, even if you go up to 1776, there is a long, historic, documented pattern of discrimination and disenfranchisement that Black Americans have suffered that needs to be redressed. And I think it's ridiculous to say, for even regardless of what side of the aisle you follow, whether you're a Republican or an independent, third party, or a Democrat, to say that we need another damn study for that, when people who have been over here far less time are able to get more reparations than we have. I mean, look, Japanese Americans were interned for what, 3.5 years? And even though it took them 20 or 30 years to get there, they still were able to get recompense for what they suffered. Look what's going on in Israel. The United States still pays money to Holocaust survivors, and there was no Holocaust in the United States. That was Germany that did that. That was also, ironically, Ukrainians and also other people who were allies of the Third Reich who helped go push along with that. But outside of Germany, which actually pays through economic reparations, the United States is the biggest remitter to Holocaust survivors in Israel of Holocaust reparations. There are so many different precedents that are lined up for different populations in the United States that are receiving recompense for wrongs done to them by the United States that it's ridiculous to say that Black people don't deserve reparations. Now, I think what needs to happen, though, I think a lot of people need to get a lot more proactive about pushing this issue forward, because we get so caught up, and I'm going to go off track a little bit here. There's this issue that Black people politically have been doing since the 1950s, where we feel like for us to get recompense and for us to get respect as human beings, we have to go around and hug everybody else. I think what's happening now is you're starting to see people who are Black Americans start to say that, look, what about issues that are endemic to us? What about issues that are specific to Black Americans? What can we do to build for ourselves? What can we do to build as a collective and build as a separate identity? That doesn't mean that we have to attack anybody else. That doesn't mean that we have to disregard what everybody else is going through. But we as Black Americans have specific issues that need to be addressed in the United States. And there's nothing wrong with saying that these are the things that we have to be concerned about. And we have to focus on those instead of going out and trying to be everybody else's friend, especially when you're trying to be friends with people who don't like you in the first place. And we got to be real about that, like I said earlier. There are a lot of people who are in this country who have anti-Black psychological problems dealing with Black Americans. We have to be able to say that we are Black Americans. These are the things that we need. These are the things that we need to be recompensed for. And we have to put policy in place, and we have to elect people. And we also have to have actual advocates in place who are able to take these grievances to the government and build on that and create policy. That's all.
That is the well said there, Torrin. I totally hear that. Okay, I want to bring in Jay and then Dana, then Colin.
Hey, what's up, everyone? So, as far as reparations go, I'm personally, in favor of lineage-based reparations for, people. I think Torrin was onto something when he spoke about how Black Americans have specifically, been targeted since the start of the country. So, when you consider slavery and Jim Crow, I think that's a unique issue that needs to be addressed separate from what happened in the Caribbean and South America and all that stuff. I believe it was Lawrence who argued in favor of a Marshall Plan. Well, I would say I agree with, what he said there, but it's not really just on America, because the Vatican was also one of the biggest proponents of the slave trade. So was the UK and, Portugal. So, it shouldn't just, I think in order for reparations to happen, you need to focus it, on the people who were impacted the most, which seems to be Black Americans. So even though I'm a Black immigrant, I wouldn't include myself, in that conversation, because, race-based reparations are just unconstitutional, according to the law. But lineage-based reparations are actually constitutional. So, that can pass, and it's a lot easier to make that argument. And you can specifically identify, who receives the reparations in that case. So, that's the issue that me personally, I don't think RFK has, all the way right. So even though I agree with him on, most issues, I do wish he was in favor of, lineage-based cash reparations for Black Americans. That being said, he does have a targeted community repair program that he wants to implement to help build up the poorest communities in the country, many of which are going to be Black communities. So that's something to consider. And he has also already indicated his support for the money that was appropriated to Black farmers, actually, for reparations and discrimination that happened against them. So he is, in favor. It seems like he's open to lineage-based reparations. However, I wish he was out there pushing for it harder, because I think it's something that needs to happen. And I think he does get that slightly wrong. So that being said, I think a lot of his other policies, are do disproportionately benefit the Black community, since the Black community, unfortunately, has been targeted for so long and it has worse economic indicators. I think the Black community would get lifted up disproportionately by, his home program, his home ownership program, and, reining in inflation, because that impacts Black people more. That housing problem that everyone is talking about, this impacts Black people. Inflation and BlackRock, are contributing to that and making it worse. And he's the only one who's shown the bravery to take on intelligence agencies. And if you look at what's happened to Black leaders, like throughout. He's
Jill
the only
Stein,
one,
you gotta
man.
be fair. You gotta be fair.
No, but she doesn't call out current crimes. I've never heard her call out a current crime.
She called out genocide in Gaza, Jay. What about that, huh?
But that is in the CIA.
Since we
the
talking
CIA
about
is
it,
involved in that. No, we'll get to Gaza. Don't worry. But now listen. All I'm saying is this: the most recent crime I can point to that we know the CIA is directly involved in is the lab leak cover-up, because the CIA got directly involved in pressuring the scientists at the NIH to say that COVID came from nature instead of the lab. So
we can't. This is YouTube, so we're gonna have to. We'll have to table that.
I forgot where we're at. Okay, yeah.
Hey, Sabby's monetized. We gotta chill with the science juice. All right,
yeah. Vaccines are
Don't
safe.
have a Men in Black come into Sabby's house now. Relax now.
Yeah, we'll have to do that for like we'll have to do that as like a Rumble Rock fan.
Rumble Rock fan.
Yeah, it's Twitter Spaces. We gotta take this as Twitter Spaces, man. Get a little panel going. So
okay, let me make sure I bring in Dana and Colin as well. Dana, reparations, and also, do you think this is something that Trump could be moved on?
Yeah, he already mentioned it. Unlike Kamala Harris, who, by the way, lineage does come from Irish slave owners, but and all the presidents come from lineage of slave owners, except for Donald Trump. But he is the let's make a deal guy. So he did mention it when he said, yeah, am I for reparations? Sure. I don't have he did say that it is congressional, which it is. It's a congressional act. It doesn't matter who the president is. But he said that I will talk to Republicans and talk to Congress to persuade them to come up with something when it comes to reparations. No other president ever said that. They always say study. Well, we don't need any more studies. So you have federal reparations and we also have states. I know a lot of grassroots organizations that are doing a great job when it comes to state reparations. They're putting the time in, the resources, and they're making sure that it is specifically allocated for Black Americans. I don't even use African Americans because I'm a Black American descendant of slaves. So, which is very important that you do go by lineage. So with Donald Trump, he said, yeah, I will talk to Congress to persuade them to vote on it, because we all know Republicans say no. Democrats, they don't say no. They say study, but their actions say no. We Black people have a voting block in Congress. It's called the Congressional Black Caucus, that we vote in your state every 2 years and every 6 years, and you send these people to Congress, to advocate for you, and they always come up empty-handed. And I always say that this election is, we need to be focusing on Congress more so the president, because if Donald Trump is elected and you have a Democrat controlled Congress, you can't forget about anything, reparations or anything for Black Americans with a Democrat controlled Congress. Our Congressional Black Caucus does nothing for Black Americans, and they have not been doing anything for Black Americans. And partly because Black Americans do not fight and push and stay on their asses to do anything. And then two, the CBC is so focused on LGBTQ and Israel and everybody else, illegal immigrants, except for Black Americans. So we've been taken advantage of for so long. So when you talk about reparations, yes, there's federal reparations and then there's state. And I will encourage everyone to really start where you're at locally with reparations and build it out, and pay attention on who you're sending to Congress and have those conversations. And you really need to start getting into the science of politics when you're talking about public policy, where you live at, because it's going to bridge out to the federal government. That's where you could gain your power on a state level. So as far as reparations, of course, I am pro reparations and I am pro restitutions for Black Americans, but we ain't gonna get it under Kamala. She's a liar and she's an idiot. Joe Biden is C now. He doesn't even know his full name by now. But at least Trump did say, I will talk to the Republicans and talk to Congress as a whole, because it's going to take a congressional act to pass reparations on a federal level. So we need to pay attention to the Congressional Black Caucus. If everyone in a Congressional Black Caucus and they do head certain committees, if they sit up here and say, we have enough study, let's start talking about money and payments, we will get somewhere. Reparations is not going to happen overnight. And I tell people this even in the grassroots and just Black people in general. If you are serious about reparations and pushing and fighting for it, yes, it's cool to have these discussions, whether you're on social media or on X, but you got to be willing to put in at least a decade to fighting for public policies. Because when you create these public policies and laws, people think that you could just create a policy or a law within a year. Sometimes law takes 5 years or 10 years. But if you're willing to dedicate years to that, then yes, we'll be able to receive it no matter who is the president. But I feel as though we will get it. Well, we will have an advocate for it under Donald Trump.
Interesting. Let's bring in Colin. Colin, how do you feel about reparations?
I might speak on this a little differently because I'm one of two immigrants here. That being said, and I'm going to say this in relation to Jill Stein because I know she does have a reparations platform that she has presented. The thing that I'm a little concerned about, and I think this is something collectively as Black people, regardless, and I'm going to speak more in the diaspora sense, regardless that if you're living here or if you're in Latin America or if you're in the Caribbean or whatever, because I'm coming from a more Pan-Africanist standpoint, because we have that commonality of us being enslaved and brought to the Western Hemisphere. So I am going to speak from that context. Given that, though, at least I think as far as the data that I looked at, I think reparations, the approval rating of reparations is low. I think it's something around around 13%, I think, approval rating in the country right now.
About the percentage of Black people here? Is that what it is?
I think just
Makes
not.
sense.
I think overall.
Yeah.
Overall, not Black people, but overall. Just
no, I'm saying because there's only 13% of Black people in the country, so it makes sense that it wouldn't have a high approval rating. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's about the same amount of people.
We're talking as far as oh, we just have to talk to these politicians and then they will, they will wheel and deal for us. And I think for me at this point, I'm just kind of tired of talking about everything more in the theory and rather take the action in order for us to make something happen. And I could say this even with Jill Stein, the question that I have for her, if I were ever to ask her, is what would she do in order to make reparations more viable? Because even within our communities, especially and you can say what you want as far as the Black community, and I would even argue people among the Black community aren't even for reparations either. So That's a reality that we need to speak up among ourselves. But in terms of the larger populace, how would you make reparations viable for people to understand why it is necessary for Black people? Because even in the left community, I fight with people in, like, even in my community who feel like Black people don't need reparations. So I think there's a lot that needs to, I don't want to say discussion, but there needs to be a lot more discussion, really primarily among ourselves as Black people, to make it so that reparations is a lot more viable, so that if it comes to a point where there is a study or whatever, that more people in general are for it. In the same way that universal healthcare, I will guess right now, is a lot more popular now due to the idea of it being fighting for over the last few years. So that's my concern for all of these politicians, and that's especially for Jill Stein, is what is her plan to make it viable for people who are not non-Black, to make people understand the need for reparations just across the board.
You do that.
That's what we got courts for.
You do that by telling people, number one, it's a debt that is owed.
Yeah,
And
that's court.
what's also interesting is that we shouldn't have to, we shouldn't even have to go through all this for descendants.
I totally understand that, Sabby, but here's the thing: even in our communities, we have people who are like, "Oh, why do I owe reparations to you?" Or thinking like, "Oh, it's their money that they're going to be taking in order to give to us." Which,
but see, that's where delineation comes in.
I will say this to, let me finish for 1 second. I'll just say this to everyone who's watching and just anyone who might watch this afterwards, because I think it was Jay who kind of hit it on the head. Like, for people who are non-Black, you're not paying reparations. That's not our issue. The issue is with these corporations and all these big banks that have you basically prostituted ourselves for centuries. Like, my beef right now is not necessarily with the U.S. per se. My beef is with King Charles, because being of Barbadian descent, like it was the British that brought my ancestors to Barbados and Trinidad. So and I would argue even for Black Americans, if, as Jay said, if you're going to take this issue up with the United States government, you need to take this issue up with the British as well, because guess what? This country became independent in 1776. You guys landed here, like, depending, in 1619. That wasn't America back then. That was the British that brought you here. So that's why I want to say generally is that this.
I'm not picky. I'll take them for both governments. I'll take all the money for both.
Really quick about where it comes from. The debt, it comes from. So General Sherman is the one who made the promise of 40 acres and a mule, which apparently they started doing that for some people, but then that was completely abruptly halted. I highly recommend, and I can't push this enough. I think it's really important that everybody read Dr. Sandy Darity's book, From Here to Equality, because he breaks down where it comes from, the data, and he also lays out the case as to why canceling student debt and baby bonds will not close the racial, wealth gap. But reparations would be the thing to do it. So it comes from General Sherman. He's the one that made the promise. And I would also add, I don't see people pushing back on reparations as a debt that's owed for other groups. We have consistently seen where other groups in this country, we ain't got to name who they are, but I think we all know they are still getting some form of reparations. And I think it's also important to add to people, when I say reparations, I'm talking about cash payments, because some people are taking the term reparations and they're using it as to a housing initiative. No. There is cash payments. There's a debt that is owed to descendants of slavery in this country. So go ahead.
Can I argue from a legal perspective?
Wait, 1 second. I need to ask Colin a question. I want to follow up what he was saying, because you were saying, to educate the masses here in America on reparations, or the purpose for it. And I understand your point with that. If people are confused, but make no mistake about it, Black Americans don't need favor from non-Black people, because Asians, white people, whether you're Jewish or whatever, refugees, whatever, they didn't need my approval or not. They just got public policies. When we're talking about public policy,
Yeah.
so I understand what you're saying. Educate the masses.
Here's my counter to that. I will argue that Palestinians will probably get reparations a lot faster than Black people will, and I will say that. And I will say that, and people have. You don't have to. If you mention that idea generally across the board, given what things are happening in the Middle East right now, I would argue that people will probably understand that. But for some reason, Palestinians.
Hold on, can I? Hey, really quick. Has anybody else worked in the legal field? Has anybody else worked in the legal field? Can I address?
Just 1 second. The reason why they're going to get it is because of Congress that sympathize with them more. But also, you said that you speak on a Pan-Africanism, talking point, talking about reparations. That does not work for reparations when we're talking about Black Americans, because you and other Caribbeans, you have your own reparation claim via CARICOM. Did you know that?
Yeah, he
Which
knew.
has nothing.
Yes, I do.
Hey, can I?
Yeah,
Can I?
here's the-
Can I talk? Hey, can I? Hey, really quick. I'm trying to argue for the legal perspective, because unless anybody else worked in law,
that don't mean you know about the law.
So hold on. Give me 1 second. Has anybody? Hold on, really quick. I'm trying to answer the question that Colin is posed. I'm trying to answer. Hold on 1 second, everybody. 1 second. Colin, her point is, because there's a point that's being jumped. Her point is the popularity of the policy is completely and totally irrelevant. Whenever there is a debt owed, you take somebody to court, you process them. If the damages are owed, the damages are owed. For example, in the case of Jamal Truelove, whenever Kamala Harris put his ass in jail and tried to give him life, and we found out she basically paid off a witness to get him prosecuted, that was overturned, and guess who had to pay for the damages? The people of San Francisco paid $13 million. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Dana, real quick. Hold on, Dana. Dana, let me cook real quick.
Hold on real quick, Nico. Sorry. I've been trying to tell you guys in the private chat, Torrin has to go. So let me just let him get his thought real quick. And I'll come back to you, Nico.
I know people love the sound of their own voice in here, but just a second, I promise. Listen, what I'm going to say is this. I'm going to speak to what Colin said from a marketing perspective as somebody who works in media. I think what has to happen, and you're absolutely right, a lot of times what we're dealing with are people who don't know the history of Black people in their struggle in America. Even with a lot of the information and a lot of the education that has gone through the American system, people have a very short attention span, especially in America. And I think what has to happen is there has to be some form of almost like a PR campaign to make people understand that reparations is not coming to take money out of your pocket. It's not coming to snatch your paycheck out of your wallet. This is about a debt that's owed to people who have been brutalized and suffered and been already suffered in this country. Even if you go back and look at what happened with the whole situation with Black Wall Street, how many people were around when Lovecraft Country was on, and also The Watchmen? And you saw so many people in America saying, wow, I had no idea that that's what happened in Tulsa until they saw it on TV. You know what I mean? This is how people learn. And I think you have to start really creating curriculums, and you have to almost start creating a campaign to make people understand that reparations is not about coming to take something from you. It's about paying a debt that has been owed to people that have suffered and been brutalized and been savaged in this country. And I think that's what has to happen. People, unfortunately, in the United States don't really read anything, unfortunately. I hate this, and I'm saying this as somebody who writes. The only way you can really get people to understand stuff is if you put it either in entertainment or if you put it in a way that people can understand. And to your other point, I think that what has to happen, and Jay mentioned this earlier, I think some of the pushback you're having against some Black people about reparations is this idea of, like I said earlier, about this lack of understanding of what the history of Black slavery did to Black Americans in this country. Also, it ties into the fact that a lot of people, as you said, are maybe coming to America from a different culture. And because maybe they are not able to partake in lineage-based reparations, then they don't want anybody to have it. But like you said, your people are from Barbados. I think people in the Caribbean who were under the British Empire, they have a case for reparations with the British government. People in Haiti, they absolutely have people in Haiti absolutely have a case for reparations with the French government, because the French government basically forced Haiti to pay reparations for almost 200 years, which is why Haiti is poor. There's different levels of reparations with different governments and with different oppressive governments. But I think people have to be educated first and understand what's going on. And that doesn't mean that everybody's still going to be on board with it, but you have to give everybody the basis of what people want something for and why they want this and give them a process to get to it. But you have to make them understand what's going on. That's
right. Lorraine, actually, thank you for saying that, and I really appreciate you saying that but I think within the Black community, that's kind of where I kind of see there's a divide somewhat, because this is personally what I've heard, just over the last few years, just being online, is the idea of like, oh, well, your ancestry comes from the UK, so you take care of your stuff over here, and us Black Americans are going to take care of our stuff over here. And I get that within, like, depending on the region of the Western Hemisphere you're from, you're going to have different. It's going to reparations might look different depending where your lineage ended up, but it's still the same idea in terms of having, as Sabby is saying, having a debt that is owed regardless if you're from once upon a time from Africa. And so all I'm saying is, yes, I do agree as far as Black Americans, there's a specific case for reparations for you. But all I'm saying is that collectively, this must be a discussion that among the diaspora, we should be discussing anyway, because there are things that are happening within CARICOM, because I know Mina Bartlow has spoken to the Prime Minister of the UK, I think maybe over a year ago, and talked about reparations for Barbados. Like, I don't know if anyone in the Black community has known that, to be quite honest. I reported that on my show. But this is the idea of, like, we need to have that education, understanding what's happening within the diaspora in terms of reparations, so that we're able to kind of pull together, ideally, our resources to kind of make the case collectively, given our different regions that we're based on.
I just feel like we really don't need. We keep talking about education, but we really don't need everybody to be educated on reparations. That's what I'm trying to explain to everybody. There is no need to educate everybody. I know that, like, there's a want to, but the reality of the situation is, yes, Torin, I do love the sound of my own voice. And second of all, you don't have to be educated to organize a legal case, figure out classes, figure out where your qualifications in each single class put you at, for how much when you got here, how much your family owed, if it's Jim Crow based reparations versus slave based class versus. There are different ways to deal with this through the legal field that don't require anyone to understand the case for reparations except the best damn Black lawyers in the country. That's what I'm trying to explain. It doesn't matter who we educate. We need people who are experts on the field, who are willing to challenge it. And the most we might need are organizations that are dedicated to funding the constant battles at the state and federal level to get what is owed. When you sue somebody, you don't sue and then be like, hey, Congress, is this okay? Is this cool? Can y'all pass this for me? No, you sue and you get the damages. You sue and you get what is owed. That's all that has to be done. The extra stuff is nice, and we should. I mean, I don't really care if you think we deserve reparations. If we can make an argument in front of the court of law, which is that's how a lot of people, like Native Americans, that's how. Go ahead.
Who are you going to sue?
You sue the federal government. The federal government gets sued all the time.
I get what you're saying, but that is not how you go by getting reparations.
That's definitely sue the government for damages. That happens all the time.
No,
that literally happens all the time.
Not for reparations, not for restitution. It's a congressional legislation that has to happen. No. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to explain from a legal perspective. Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. Dana, hold on one second. Because I'm trying to explain to you, because I've worked in law before. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So what I'm trying to explain to you is, you're saying that there is restitution. Hold on 1 second, please. You're saying that there's restitution owed. That is literally a legal term for damages. In other words, someone did something to you, and someone did something to you while you were living
posthumously or
Hang on,
posthumously or posthumously that you have to now
wrong,
argue your
Nico.
case to receive the damages.
You're wrong. We
Hold
agree.
on. Sabby, can you please mute her, please?
Next topic, please.
We agree on reparations, but you are wrong saying the way to get it, you got to sue the government. That's not how you get reparations. That is a fact.
Let me just look. I had to mute everybody really quick because I do have to tell everybody we got about 10 minutes left on the panel. I went way over time, so we got about 10 minutes left on the panel. Just FYI, because I do have a call in also that I'm doing after I have 3 news segments and I have a call in after I'm doing after the show.
You're doing a show after this?
Yeah, I still have 3 news stories to cover as well, but I went way over. But I just want to add really quick, just to wrap up the reparations part. I think I hear where both of you are coming from. Just FYI, I did interview Judge Joe Brown recently, and I did ask him about this. And I think what Dana is saying, Judge Joe Brown said it has to be done through congressional legislation because the reason why the case in Tulsa didn't work out, because I said, Judge Joe Brown, they could just sue the state. He said, you can't sue the state. So that
No, but for reparations, you would have to sue the state. You could sue the federal government, but what people so for example, hold on. For example, how many times Dred Scott? So because Dred Scott he lost, that means that there's no case? No, because if that was the case, then we wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now. Just because something gets defeated in one court, like gay marriage was defeated, interracial marriage was defeated, it just means the case was not strong enough, or you did not see the right judge.
Anymore. What are you defeating? We're not slavery. So you're talking about
That's not how damages or restitution works.
No.
That's not how. Okay, hold on.
No, you have
Dana,
the whole
please.
concept of it wrong. No, you're wrong. Nico, you're wrong.
Nico, I think
Oh boy.
so I don't know what happened. I didn't mute you.
StreamYards is funny. StreamYard's been
I don't know what happened.
funny.
Yeah, I didn't mute you. But I think the Dana is
This is intense.
Dana is correct here about the process. Nico, we can't hear you.
My man,
We
that's
can't
actually
hear you
funny.
at all. I don't know what happened. Seriously. But Dana does have a point about the process.
StreamYard be muting people.
Sometimes I guess so. She does have a
Yeah,
point
when it
here
gets
about
too
the
loud.
process. Yeah, because we did have this conversation. I did have this conversation with Judge Joe Brown. And so the thing is that the people who are responsible for the crime are no longer alive. So it's not like we have someone we can go to and sue. Just like with the Japanese Americans with reparations, it was different for them because they had the harm was still alive. So there's no one directly for us to sue. This is the way that Judge Joe Brown explained it.
And then
I don't know what happened, Nico.
But that's what I said earlier when I said
it as well.
Yes. And I interviewed Marcel Dixon about this too. And they all explained like this process. Also Yvette Carnell, I interviewed her about this. That's why we can't just sue. So I think that's the thing. It's something like we all need to, I guess at some point have a discussion about. We do have about 7 minutes left. So we can choose between policing or I think we already kind of touched on foreign policy, but we can choose between policing and foreign policy.
Policing, maybe? Sounds good.
Policing.
Policing.
Okay. When it comes to policing, considering who you are willing to support, or if it's the couch, explain to me how you feel about how this administration has handled policing, or why you feel that whoever you support will do a better job of that. Let's go ahead and start with Jay, and then we'll go to Be Easy. We just got to keep it kind of short.
Y'all. So as far as policing goes, excuse me,
Oh no, Jay got caught up.
Yeah, he's stuck.
Yeah,
Jay, you froze. As soon as you said policing, okay.
As soon as he said,
Nico to go out and come back in because he's wanted to go out and come back in because that's what I did.
Okay. Yeah, Jay, you might have to go out and come back in. And Nico, you might have to go out and come back in. Okay. Policing. Let's go to Torn.
Okay, this is an issue that's really close to my heart because I've done a lot of stories about police brutality and I've been in the streets doing these things. But anyway, to the point, honestly, I don't think Trump is going to do anything as far as like helping to alleviate some of the situations with police brutality in the United States. But on the other hand, I don't really see Kamala doing much of anything. I think it's going to be more of the status quo, no matter who you pick, because both of these people are very connected to the law enforcement apparatus. Obviously, Kamala called herself the top cop of California. We know her history in California when it comes to policing and also when it comes to using the system to basically using the system against people who cannot defend themselves against the system when it falls down on you. I think what's going to have to happen is going to have what's been happening for the past 4 years. People are going to have to make this issue a political hot potato to the point where you can't ignore it and you have to push for gains from no matter who becomes president. That's going to be tricky. Unfortunately, you're not going to have a lot of the backing of a lot of people in positions of power. And I'm going to say something now that's going to make people feel a kind of a way, but I honestly think if Kamala gets in office, you're going to have a harder time getting some things pushed because a lot of people who are black who identify with Kamala are not going to really want to push her as far as like on policing because they identify with Kamala, and anything that looks like criticism, they're going to fight you harder than they're going to fight Kamala because they identify with her to the point where like, why are you trying to push her to do anything? She's a black woman. Why won't you let her do what she's supposed to do? It's the same thing that happened with Biden when he got in office. First, it was like, well, he's only been in 100 days, give him time. He's only been in for 90 days, give him time. Okay, he's only been in for a year now, give him time.
I'm alive, guys.
And that was
Sorry,
4 years
Tori,
later. And that was 4 years later. He's damn near senile and nothing really happened. I think you're going to see that intensified this situation with Kamala. Trump, you know what you're going to get. I think if you negotiate with him to a certain degree, because he's got it in his mind that he's a businessman, then I think you may be able to get a little bit further with him. But as far as Kamala, I think it's going to be an uphill battle trying to get reform done with Kamala in office.
I will say, I think Jill Stein and Cornel West have spoken out heavily against Cop City. And I feel like I haven't really heard a response from Trump or Kamala about that. Let's go to Be Easy. You just got to unmute. He might be stuck in a glitch. I don't know. Let's go to Colin.
Oh, streamer acting a fool.
Police.
It might be because there's too many people. I'll just say this.
Too many of these people.
And I think someone mentioned this before, but a lot of the issues that we're having in our cities now are led by Democratic mayors, and many of them are Black. And the idea that, you know, and I'm seeing this in DC, especially coming off of George Floyd, there was immediate, like, the idea of defunding of the police, and now they've kind of gone back to the other end now of funding the police more, to the fact that now that police departments are now being more funded over other social services. I'm talking about DC, but I'm sure in other Democratic cities too, that's also happening. So I am not looking to either the major, really I'm not looking to any candidate at all regarding anything regarding policing. Again, for me, in terms of what's happening in DC, that's a local issue. So anything regarding the police, because ultimately the police, and I have two types here, you know, that's something that I have to fight my mayor on in terms of, and our council here in terms of trying to have other alternatives other than funding the police more in order to have people, in order to bring the idea of having our cities feel safe. But I'm not convinced. And the only person I may have looked at is Jill, and I haven't looked at her policies so well. But I can speak to the main candidates. I'm not convinced that either one of them, especially given Kamala's history, that either one of them would give me any confidence that they'll do anything as far as policing in terms of our cities, and especially in regards to Black people.
What is her history?
Okay, we got about 4 minutes. Let's go to Be Easy. You want to try now? You just got to unmute your microphone. There you go.
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, StreamYard is tripping because I didn't even hear you call on me. But in terms of policy, Trump already said what he wants to do in terms of the immunity. Kamala or Kamala is going to be no different. And in terms of the actual policing policy and standing up to the barbaric and brutality of the police. Jill Stein and Cornel West do have better policies than any candidate running, but I think it will behoove everyone in this nation, because what people like to do, policing is a universal issue, but due to the negative and derogatory portrayal of Black people, policing is framed as a Black issue. But the police, the same laws that they put in act for Black people, they do pertain to everyone in America. So when people think that, hey, it's just the Black people that are going to get brutalized, people are less likely to stand up and advocate for police change. People back the blue no matter who. When it comes to every other issue, what do people say? You can't just throw money at the problem. But then when it comes to the police, what are they doing? Begging for you to throw more money at the problem. Police apparently fear for their life, but they have dogs, tasers, drones, militarized tanks. They have backup, multiple canines. And then meanwhile, they're trying to enact gun control where I can't even defend myself. And they're telling me they're afraid for their life. So look at it as a universal policy and stop allowing people to frame police reform and police accountability as a Black issue. No, it's an American issue. And we don't want to live in a dictatorship. All this talk about democracy and then people like, here, give the police more guns, but you can't throw money at the problem. I'll land.
All right, let's go to Jay. Let me see if you can finish your point. Just unmute Jay. I know you started.
Yes. Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So really quick, just to go through, what RFK's plan is for policing. So number one, he wants community policing, so to recruit people from the neighborhoods they're going to be serving. And then number two, he's kind of reframed on the defund the police argument, because the current argument, in my opinion, even though I agree with the end goals of defund the police, is actually a reductive policy. Whereas if you look at something that's popular, say like Medicare for all, that's a productive policy. So you're talking about giving people something. And I think when people hear the phrase defund the police, like they get scared because they don't understand, like how much city budgets are going towards police. So if you talk simply about funding the initiatives that reduce the needs for police, I think that's a better way to frame that issue. So he aligns with the goals of defund the police, which is better funding from that. And then, can you guys hear me still or no?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So that he's also spoken specifically about ending civil forfeiture by making seizing assets from citizens illegal without due process. So you need due process for that. And he's also, spoken specifically about, legalizing marijuana, which is used to target, certain communities for low level offenses, and then using the tax revenue raised from legalizing marijuana to build organic farm rehab centers. So if you can, which will help a lot, with people's mental health, as well as give them, actual tangible skills they can use out in the real world. So he has a pretty good plan for reducing the need for police to even jump in the first place. And he's reframed the argument to make it appeal more to conservatives. So instead of saying defund the police, he's talking about funding the programs that defund the police aims to fund.
All right, cool. 3 minutes. Lawrence.
Kamala doesn't even understand police abolition. Cornell is for police abolition. I think he's much closer to the community. Kamala is too far gone. Nonetheless, it'll be easier to push her on anything, especially with policing and her Blackness. Even though that's in question, it's just going to be easier to push Kamala. That's it for me.
Interesting. Okay, Dana.
Well, as far as policing, I'm pretty sure Colin and Nico's going to tell you once you disband the state of Israel, then police brutality will go away. However, police, I think that deals.
Nah, just genocide.
Okay. I think, but that ain't what you said earlier. But anyway, policing, that has to be dealt with on a local level with the state. especially with the prosecutors. Prosecutors are not your friend. Kamala Harris, that is her so-called, resume, locking people up. The Department of Corrections are prosecutors' clients. So if they don't have clients, they don't have a business. It is a business for cheap labor, for bodies, for corporations to make money on a state level. Federal, I appreciate Obama doing that, body cam or whatever. But the thing with police, and I guess I'm not a black man. However, when you look at the numbers, in 2024, are black people, particularly black men, getting harassed by police at a higher number as compared to in the past? And also, I am pro police because there are too many savages of all kinds running around here, and they need to be locked the hell up. We have a gun problem, we have a drug problem, and we just have, too much of everything else as a problem. So whether it's illegals increasing the crime, which they are. So yes, I am pro police, and a lot of people do need to be put behind bars, but you should have your fair day in the court system, and the prosecutor's office should follow the law and not be corrupt. So there's a lot of corruption on a local level that is going on.
Okay, we got 2 minutes left. Torin, did I get you on policing?
You're muted, Torin.
Yeah, you got me already on that. I do want to say just one last thing really quickly, and I'll be in and out. I think there needs to be a case made for community policing, and also, look, as long as we live in America, you're going to have a police system. There's no way around it, unfortunately. But I think that what has to happen is that we have to have policing that actually reflects the people that they police. I live in Atlanta. Atlanta is absolutely not a perfect city. But the one thing I will say about that is like APD is predominantly a Black American force. And I've looked at the way that they interact with the public compared to going to other cities and seeing the way police interact with other people. Again, it's not perfect, but if you come from a culture and you understand some of the nuances of a particular culture, you can ideally know how to deal with people in a different way than you would if you come from outside of a culture and you try to be a police person in that thing. And it's kind of interesting that we had a situation where we just had Kamala in Atlanta pop locking with Megan Thee Stallion, and this is where Cop City is being built, but nobody's even had a conversation about that. And it goes to show you, like, none of these politicians are really going to do anything to really push back against over policing and racist policing until the people who are being affected by that push back harder and push them towards getting the better legislation done. That's
all right, awesome. Nico, got one minute, Nico.
So first things first, I just want to say that Martin Luther King's family got restitution after his killer died, and he got it from the federal government because they conspired together to kill him. So yeah, you can't sue posthumously and get damages. That was my point. So beyond that, the police are way too militarized, obviously. And there's a monetary incentive that goes into the system that doesn't really get addressed all that much, whether we're talking about the private prison part of it, the fact that police in like LA and Miami are making like $120,000, $115,000 a year, which is insane. And there are literally quotas. I mean, I don't know if y'all have ever seen that interview in New York where the former NYPD officers came out and admitted that there are quotas and they are told where to go. Like they're told to target Black communities and they're told to stay out of Upper East Side and Upper East Side, because if they end up arresting some politician's son or daughter, it's going to be a problem. At the end of the day, like I believe Dana said, this administration has increased, for whatever reason, the way that cops have treated Black men has been worse. Police brutality is actually up. It's just being less reported because everybody went out to brunch. I'm not comfortable with putting the motherfucking top cop of California in power and especially because back when she was in power and she got the power, all of a sudden she was Indian. I'm not even joking. If you actually try to look for her campaign from California when she ran for Attorney General and DA, you won't find anything. It just shows you the website of her being the AG. That's it. So and then she just, screwed Black people and poor people and anybody she could to get to the top, including Willie Brown. And then on top of that, she gets she becomes vice president and acts like none of it happened. And then she starts running on the Black experience, but that same Black experience for us, that comes with trauma that we have to deal with. That comes like I got jumped by cops in the Burger King and McDonald's, or in the Burger King while I was just waiting for my food. And they were called for somebody else, right? That experience that she's exploiting to become the president, she never lived. And black women have their own unique experiences too that they've gone through, that if they were in the position she was in, or one of us were in the position that she was in, me saying that I'm black means that my policies are going to follow suit based on my experiences as a black man. And that's why at the end of the day, I mean, Trump, at least I guess he passed the First Step Act. Like, you can't take that away from him at the end of the day. But like, the problem with Biden is that he wasn't part of the 94 crime bill. He fucking was the 94 crime bill. And Kamala is the perfect person for him to be vice president. When you actually think about it, considering she was top cop, it was willing to do whatever she could, even if it meant being corrupt, to get her prosecutions. And we also need to change the way that we do our federal judge systems, because that's how Bill Clinton was able to corrupt the ATF, because U.S. attorneys and federal judges, they're not elected like DAs and district judges. So if we could hold them accountable based on their record, then we would probably have different outcomes in the criminal justice system.
Okay. Man, okay, I'm going to have to do a part 2 to this at some point, because I know there's so much more to talk about. But thank you to all of you for coming on for this discussion. Again, the reason why I wanted to host this panel is to show people that Black voters are not a monolith. So you notice a lot of the subjects that we talked about tonight, there was some agreement, there was some disagreement. So these are the types of panels you should see on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News when they talk to Black voters, not just everybody that's for the Democratic candidate. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you guys so much. For the rest of you watching, I got 3 news stories to cover, and then we're going to do a call in. Thank you guys so much.
Crazy, Sabby. You need to go to sleep. Girl, what you appreciate you.
I'll probably take tomorrow night off.
You should.
Appreciate you, Sabs.
Bye, Sabby. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
For having me.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. Interesting discussion, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. I do have 3 news stories to cover. They should be fairly quick. And then I'll get to the super chats. There are a lot of them, but I don't want to take up so much time in between the stories. And then I'll get to all of those as well. We are going to jump right in to the update with the Hamas leader. So, as you guys may know, the Hamas leader was recently killed in Iran. This is a big deal because that means that obviously he was killed in a place that Israel was not supposed to touch. There was that agreement there between Israel and Iran that they would not obviously touch each other in their respective areas. But that has now changed. There is a recent update to that story that just posted today. Now it's been brought forth that the Hamas leader was killed by explosive device planted months before the explosion. We're going to get into that story. Here is a clip here from CNN.
More breaking news right now, and this coming from the Middle East. Tension skyrocketing there after assassinations this week, and we are getting right now some brand new details about exactly how the assassination of the Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh went down. And these are incredible details that Jeremy Diamond is breaking. He's in Haifa, Israel, in northern Israel right now. And Jeremy, these details are pretty stunning.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Aaron. I mean, this was a quite sophisticated operation. I'm told by a source familiar with the matter that Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in Tehran early yesterday morning using a bomb that was covertly hidden in the guest house where he was staying. But this bomb, I'm told, was actually covertly planted inside that guest house about 2 months ago, and it was only remotely detonated once it was clear that Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's political leader, was actually inside his room inside of that guest house
So if that is true, that means that Israel has been planning this for months. And that means that obviously that agreement that they had with the US government not to obviously fire in Iran, I still consider this firing into Iran. It is their country, their territory, was BS, obviously. This is huge for a number of reasons, but this is also huge because, number one, this means that Iran is going to respond. And last time, the response that we saw from Iran, I think that was just them little testing around a little bit to show Israel, hey, we can do something if we want to. But now, obviously, I think that is going to change. This implicates the U.S. as well. Now, I don't know if everybody knows this, but Secretary Lloyd has already made a statement that said he will send American troops to Israel if need be to help Israel fight back against Iran if need be. This concerns all of us. There are already warships on its way to the Middle East. This was reported earlier. There were 12 warships on the way to the Middle East. Lebanon just recently fired rockets towards Israel. So everybody's talking about Russia and Ukraine. I warn you guys that if we did not have a ceasefire, this would escalate and this would implicate the U.S. because they would send American troops. This is not a game. So if this is true, that it was planted 2 months ago, they always planned to hit them in Iran, which technically this is not okay by international law. And here's the reason why. This would be the equivalent. Imagine if when Netanyahu came to the U.S., if Hamas attacked or killed Netanyahu when he was on U.S. soil. You wouldn't do that, right? So the U.S. government tells Israel they have the right to defend themselves. They have the right to go after Hamas, even though they've been killing all these damn civilians. But they do not have the right to do that in Iran. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really trying to get nuked. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really I don't want a World War III. Let's continue a little bit more.
Bomb was detonated. He was killed alongside his bodyguard, who was also there. Now, we should note that Israel has still neither confirmed nor denied its involvement in this. Iranian officials and Hamas have said that Israel was behind this attack. I'm also told that Israeli officials actually briefed U.S. officials on this operation, but only after it took place, only after we learned that Ismail Haniyeh had been killed in this. What's also interesting here is that this guest house was actually under the control of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And so this represents a stunning breach of security for them, a very big embarrassment for the IRGC. And we've reached out to Iranian officials for comment on this, but we know, of course, that we heard yesterday from Iran's supreme leader vowing revenge, saying that Israel has, quote, paved the way for your harsh punishment. This assassination has put this region on a knife's edge. In addition, of course, to the Israeli strike in Beirut just hours before this that took out a senior Hezbollah commander, there are now threats of retaliation, not only from Iran, but also from Hezbollah and Hamas, putting this region and this area where I am right now in northern Israel very much on edge as the possibility of retaliation now looms. Aaron.
So I think you are going to see a lot of people from Israel try to leave, try to flee, because this is the warning that was sent out yesterday. Iran's leader orders attack on Israel for Hayani killing. Officials say Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, I hope I always pronounce his name right, Ali Khamenei, ordered retaliation after a humiliating security failure as Iran once again balances showing strength against the risk of escalation. So people have to understand, like, this is a big deal. Again, this was in Iran where they came after him. So it goes on to say here, Iran's supreme leader has issued an order for Iran to strike Israel directly in retaliation for the killing of Tehran of Hamas's leader, according to 3 Iranian officials briefed on the order. He gave the order at an emergency meeting of Iran's Supreme National Security Council on Wednesday morning, shortly after Iran announced that Mr. Haniyeh had been killed, said 3 Iranian officials, including 2 members of the Revolutionary Guard. So, guys, this is not a game. This is not a game. And I don't know if they say that they are going to do a retaliatory. They've done this before. They've already shown Israel what they can do. That was just a taste of it. Iran has powerful weapons. And we're talking about a full-scale Middle East war. You have Israel and Hezbollah fighting each other. You have Israel bombing Gaza. And now Iran is going to respond to Israel because of their attack against the Hamas leader in Iran. For the longest time, Israel has pretended like they're just invisible. They're invincible, excuse me. And nobody can hold them accountable. And we've seen thing after thing, the ICJ, the ICC, we've seen other countries turn against Israel for what they are doing in Gaza. But even that apparently wasn't enough. It apparently wasn't enough to have people protesting all across the world against Israel. Apparently wasn't enough. But this may be just the ticket. Because Iran is not going to play around, fam. Not going to play around. And I don't think Iran really wants this. I don't think they really want some type of a war with Israel. But they have warned them over and over again. I think you are about to see several people in Israel get on planes and leave Israel. I think that's what you're about to see happen. And we warned you guys of all of this. We warned you there needed to be a ceasefire because this was going to escalate. Now, let's get back to Secretary Lloyd Austin. Because Secretary Lloyd Austin, he's already making claims. He said in the wake of Hanani killing, Austin says the U.S. will help defend Israel if it is attacked. So I don't know about you guys, but I didn't sign up for this. Did you sign up for this? Did you? This guy, who apparently is supposed to be recovering as well. Apparently he is sick and he's also recovering, but he ain't too sick to start sending troops over there. You know what I'm saying? So it goes on to say here, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin reiterated his unwavering commitment to Israel's security on Wednesday and said Washington would come to its defense if needed. Hours after Hamas political leader Hanani was killed in Iran early Wednesday in a targeted assassination attributed to Israel. So this guy. This is why I told you, get out of the military. This is why Aaron Bushnell did what he did. I wasn't kidding. I warned people about this months ago. I said they are ready to send your family members, your friends over there to fight their wars. Also, they can have the resources. They can have oil, all to protect Israel. They're going to send you over there to kill brown people abroad just to protect Israel. This is insane. This is crazy. Oh, and by the way, let's just go a step further here, because if you think that U.S. military and Israel are not going to have some type of other opposition to meet if they fire on Iran, you are wrong. I could definitely see Russia getting into this. I could definitely see Russia trying to help or defend Iran. I could see, obviously, the Houthis trying to defend them as well. Are you kidding me? This is insane. All because the U.S. has unwavering support for Israel. They got unwavering support for Israel, but they don't have unwavering support for Americans. Make this make sense to me, fam. They got unwavering support for another country. They don't have unwavering support for you. You struggling to put food on the table. You struggling with these high-ass grocery prices. You struggling to pay for rent. You struggling to do all these things. They have unwavering support for another country, but they don't have support for the people in this country. Enough is enough. I don't know how many times to say this. They'll let you sleep out on the street. You got veterans sleeping on the damn street. People who fought for their country. They don't have unwavering support for those veterans when they return back to this country. The VA barely wants to be bothered with them. I know, I've dealt with the VA. You talking about years, soldiers dealing with PTSD for years, sleeping outside on the streets. They don't want to feed your kids in the school. They don't want to give your kids the new textbooks. They don't want your buildings to have heat, to be free from asbestos. They don't want those things to happen. You struggling right here at home in the country that is supposed to take care of you, supposed to help you. The American dream. And I don't know how many times I have to say this. Israel's economy is ruined. Okay, you have commercial airlines announcing they will not fly to Israel, boo. Commercial airlines are making these statements now. All because they have to protect this state, this created state, because of a book. And they believe that that is where Israel has to be because of religion. Religion is a belief. We are facing dangerous times. And while everybody else is busy watching the Olympics, I haven't even looked at the Olympics, boo. They want you to be distracted by the Olympics. They want you to be distracted by Kamala Harris. They gave you a shiny new toy to look at so that you're not focused on what is happening that is even more important. These are dangerous times and these are crazy times, and I'm very concerned. If you haven't had a chance to do so, smash that like button. And we are moving on to the next story. I told you these stories are pretty quick. Nina Turner was on CNN recently, speaking of the Middle East, and the discussion of the Middle East did arrive to the table. I want you to hear what Nina said. There were some good things that she said, but there were some things that Nina Turner said that I felt like when it came to this particular issue with Gaza, I feel like she did not push back on the people at the table when they presented false information in front of her that I know she knows is incorrect. So what's this really all about? Let's get into this clip here with Nina Turner, and this is Abby Phillips on CNN. They're starting off this conversation discussing Trump agrees with host who calls, this is Kamala Harris's husband, a crappy, and you guys see the word there. Listen to this.
Possibility that one of the people on the ticket on the Democratic side could be a Jew.
Yes, that is true.
I mean, that's possible. Likely,
I
maybe.
campaigned with twice a Jewish candidate by the name of Bernard Sanders, senator from Vermont. And I watched my senator be called a self-hating Jew. His family perished in the Holocaust. His father made it out and some others, but a lot of his family perished in the Holocaust. So just even listening to that entire conversation has me enraged. To use Palestinians as a racial slur. Palestinians matter just like Israelis matter. Both people are entitled to live a good life, and we got to find a way to make that happen.
Pause. So she's referring to another thing that Donald Trump did. I don't know if people are aware of this, but Donald Trump made a statement saying that Kamala Harris, she's like a Palestinian now. First of all, she's not like a Palestinian. Kamala Harris takes money from AIPAC. Kamala Harris is pro-Israel. Kamala Harris is having the same talking points that Joe Biden did when it comes to Israel. Don't get it twisted, boo. Ain't like Kamala Harris out here in these streets, because she's not. Second of all, when you make a statement that says someone is like a Palestinian, that gives a negative connotation to what it means to be a Palestinian. And being a Palestinian shouldn't be a shameful thing. It shouldn't be a negative thing at all. So that needs to stop. Now let's get to what Nina just said, that both groups should be able to have a good life. One of those groups already has a good life. The Israelis in Israel have a good life. They're the ones occupying. They're the ones oppressing. It just, I don't understand this type of logic, but I guess if she would push back the way that I do, she wouldn't be on CNN in the first place. That's why she's there, because they know she's only going to go so far with the talking points. People got to understand that. Let's go on.
But for President Donald J. Trump to continue to saber rattle in that way, what has the Biden-Harris administration done that has been against Israel? They have not. It is our bombs that are bombing Palestinian babies over there in the Gazas. And as many Democrats have said, the cries of a Palestinian baby and the cries of an Israeli baby sounds the same. And so I'm just troubled, even just around this table, that just the total disregard for Palestinian lives, and then to intimate that the Biden-Harris administration has not done anything. They have funded time and time again. 40,000 Palestinians have been killed.
Pause. It's more than 43,000 Palestinians, to be honest with you, but also to add to that, the Biden-Harris administration has been funding this, but this is Nina talking out both sides of her mouth. Because if you follow her on Twitter, you will see that she supports Kamala Harris. So if you feel this way, you feel that passionately about what's happening to the Palestinian people, why are you supporting this administration? Why are you supporting Kamala Harris? Because see, Nina still want to have, she's still, even though she said, shout out to Cornel West when he decided to run, third party or whatever. She gave him his props on Twitter, but she still want to have one foot in the Democratic Party. And what I've also noticed about her in particular is that when she was a part of the Bernie campaign, she was much more assertive. What happened to that Nina? What happened to the Nina that was powerful on the mic, that was just really just taking things by storm, could come up on the stage and just tell it like it is? What happened to that Nina? She is subdued. She's not the way that she used to be. So I believe this switch started after she was, I guess, basically hammered by AIPAC when she was running for office, and AIPAC threw up all that money against her because she wasn't pro-Israel enough. It seems like ever since then, she has been a little bit more subdued. This isn't the Nina that we all knew, that was out there campaigning with Bernie Sanders. So again, like I said, this is why the progressive movement didn't get anywhere in the United States. Because when you have people who were quote unquote leaders of that movement, and they're just willing to go along with the corporate candidates that they told you not to go along with, and Kamala Harris is corporate, then that just right there, the whole movement just dies. There is no progressive movement. I wish people would stop saying this on social media, because there is no progressive movement, okay? So just stop it with the okie doke. Stop. But this is what you see. It's not just her. TYT's doing it too. Everybody just jumped on this Kamala Harris train. The same people that told you that you should not support candidates that take corporate money, because that is who they're going to legislate for. That is who they're going to work for when they're in office. And that's the truth. It is what it is. But now all of a sudden, all this don't look at corporate money. Now all of a sudden, that's not a problem. All of a sudden, corporate money isn't a problem. All of a sudden, genocide is no longer a problem. Let's continue.
I don't think anyone disregarded Palestinian lives. I'm an Arab American.
But I wonder, how much do you think that will ultimately matter for Kamala Harris?
I mean, I think the vice president, so far she has shown herself to want to continue what the administration that she is part of wants to do. Now, she has softened some of the, she has said, in other words, she is troubled about the suffering of Palestinians, but saying something and doing something about it is two different things.
then why are you supporting her? And here's the thing. You don't have to support anyone. Does everybody get this? Like, she doesn't have to support anyone. That's the thing. And people are saying like, oh, well, should she support Donald Trump? No, she don't have to support anybody. She can just keep quiet about all this. I sure as hell, you don't see me out there on Twitter making, excuses for Kamala Harris, supporting Kamala Harris. No, you don't see me out there supporting Donald Trump. No, you ain't got to do nothing. So this makes me wonder, was something promised to Nina Turner? Did the Kamala Harris administration reach out to Nina and maybe offer her some kind of position if she were to win? It makes you wonder, don't it? Because if she's doing all these things and Kamala's not changing the way that this situation is unfolding, and she will continue to give money and weapons to Israel, and you're against that, and you got a problem with that. This is the Nina Turner that was pro BDS, but now you're willing to settle for that. I'm looking at you with a side eye, boo, because that right there tells me somebody called you and offered you something. I haven't been a politician, but I'm a grown woman. And I'm old enough to know how it works. You got offered, somebody offered you something. I don't know if it was a media spot. I don't know if it was a committee spot or whatever, but somebody contacted her.
We, as the United States of America, as any other nation, should want both peoples to be able to have freedom, justice, and security, because that brings freedom, justice, and security for everybody in that region.
I totally agree. But the problem is identifying who is the cause of the instability, of the war, of the violence. And there is only one cause. It's Hamas.
Pause. This man, if I would have been on this panel, would have never got another word in. And I'm going to tell you why. The cause is not Hamas. Again, you cannot start with October 7th. You have to talk about, you want to blame Hamas? Okay, cool. Why was it created in the first place? I don't know. It kind of seems like when you occupy people, you put them into an open air prison, you limit what they can eat, what they can drink, you limit their freedom of movement. I could see something rising up from that. What do you expect those people to do? Because I'll be damned, I tell you right now, I couldn't have been alive back in the day, because I just would have been gone. Because ain't no way I would sit up there and put up there and tolerate with that madness. No freaking way. But here he is. Now he's sitting right next to her. Listen to this.
And I do believe there are a number of people on the left in this country who are not rooting for Israel on this thing. They've got it in their mind that Israel is somehow the aggressor or the cause of this. It was Hamas who took the kidnappings. It was Hamas who did the raping. It was Hamas who did the murdering. And Israel.
Pause. So here he is continuing the same lie about the assaults on October 7th, which has been debunked by multiple media outlets. Does Nina Turner push back on that? Let's see.
Israel has to be able to defend itself, and the Palestinian people will be better off when Hamas is gone.
Every nation has a right to defend itself. So we're not.
No, she doesn't push back on it. She doesn't push back. You see the problem here, folks? That's why she's sitting on that panel. That's why she's sitting on that CNN panel. You wouldn't see me on that panel. You wouldn't see Max Blumenthal on that panel. Everybody see this? You wouldn't see Professor Morandi on that panel. You wouldn't see most of us that are correct on this issue. You wouldn't see us on that damn panel because we would read him in real time. She is there because she is going to push a little bit, but she's never going to push all the way. Does everybody see it now? Does everybody see the game that has been played to you by leaders of the progressive movement? Some of these people were fine walking away from the movement because their pockets got a little bit thick. Let's continue.
Saying anything new on that, Scott. This is my point here on this. We have to humanize Palestinians, just as somebody that believes that Israel has a right to exist. I believe Palestinians have a right to exist. Like, I'm not picking and choosing here. I think all of those lives in that region matter. But you have some people who disregard, just like that conversation we just listened to. They use Palestinian as a racial slur. And that is wrong. As you dehumanize people, you make it easier for them to be just killed. You want to keep going back to October 7th, and let's talk about the 40,000 Palestinians who have been killed and the millions who
she takes it back to October 7th, but she doesn't mention what happened prior to October 7th. This is the Nina Turner that was a democratic socialist. Democratic socialism, one of the things that they teach you is about the BDS movement. One of the things they teach you, particularly in DSA, is that you cannot side with Israel. That's one of the main things that's in the DSA handbook. So why is she sitting here pretending like it just started on October 7th? Why is she pretending like none of this took place prior to October 7th? Does everybody see this game? And now you see a lot of other people going along with it. Now that Kamala Harris has been announced as the nominee, all these other progressives that was talking about a political revolution, they decided to pad their pockets, okay? Some of the same people who sat up there and they made fun of David Pakman and said, oh, he's a liberal and he's such a sellout. Some of those same damn people decided to become damn sellouts, okay? All you got to do is look on YouTube and you can see it. And the same people will sit up there and they'll call me right wing because I am willing to call out the bullshit. And I am willing to engage in conversations with people that don't agree with me on everything. We just had a panel of Black voters. We didn't all agree on everything. But I'm the sellout. When you got some of these people making millions of dollars by cozying up with Democrat establishment when they told you to get out there and fight in the streets. And I never saw them out in the street. Sitting behind a desk. I never saw them out in the street. I didn't see them out in the street for the pro-Palestinian protests. I didn't see them out in the street to go knock on doors for Bernie Sanders. I didn't see them knocking on doors for AOC. I saw them sitting behind a desk and getting rich and getting plastic surgery and getting a lot of money and getting bigger houses. That's what I fucking saw. And you look around and you see all of it. All of it. Half of these people don't really believe in anything. Half of these people don't have a moral base or moral compass. Half of these people just try to pad their pockets. Let's continue.
We're living in famine right
Every
now.
single Palestinian.
You want to blame all that on is it Hamas's fault that this is still going on?
100%. Yes, 100%.
And just, I think you make a valid point on using Palestinian as sort of a slur or to otherize. I think that the broader point here is this conflict could be over tomorrow if Hamas agreed to a ceasefire.
The conflict could be over tomorrow.
That doesn't mean that there won't be decades.
Netanyahu would agree.
Well, you have to release hostages.
He has been on record. Look, there were people whose family members were hostages in D.C. at the protest.
And by the way, there's plenty of Israelis who don't support Netanyahu, but if the hostages.
Now, here is another thing. Nina doesn't mention anything about the Palestinian hostages. Nina doesn't mention anything about the Palestinian detainees, which CNN actually reported on this. Doesn't mention anything about that. Nothing about how the Palestinians have been abused for decades prior to October 7th. Nothing about that. It's just go back to October 7th. Oh, let's try to both sides. Let me make something very clear, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot sit up here in both sides occupation. You cannot sit up here in both sides oppression. And no one should even have to tell you that. People, this is ridiculous. This is freaking ridiculous. This is why you'll never see me on there. This is why you'll never see these people bring me on their show. I would tell them this to their face. How dare you? How dare you sit up there and tell to both sides oppression? Would you both sides slavery? Would you do that? Would you both sides Jim Crow? No, I don't think so.
From a political perspective, I really do wonder how this is going to play out, because I think one of the things we're hearing from Trump in that clip is frustration that the politics of this issue has not swung his way. And it has not.
Yeah, I think let's look at this conversation, what Nina is saying and sort of the friction within the Democratic Party. I think it's absolutely moving this way. Trump's going to amplify it, and we'll hear it more and more.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't see any evidence. Trump is frustrated that he hasn't seen American Jews swing to his side of the ledger, swing to the Republican Party, We really have not seen that.
Because Jews tend, sorry, again, resident crappy Jew. I don't know that I speak for all of my people, but I can speak for some of us. The reason why Jews tend to be left of center is because one of the core values of Judaism is something called tikkun olam. It's about repairing the world. It's about social justice. It's about making the world a better place. People can interpret that different ways, obviously. That's not necessarily politically aligned with one party or another, but it is not aligned with Trump. Trump wants to burn everything down. Trump wants to belittle everyone. I hear Scott talking about how Trump would be a greater friend to Israel. It's not clear to me how, you know?
By not blaming Israel for the obvious mayhem that has been
Biden has been a good friend to Israel.
Biden has not done that, Scott. You know that.
The Democratic Party has huge elements that believe Netanyahu is at fault and not Hamas.
There are millions of Democrats in this country.
There are Israelis.
Yes.
There are
And a lot of them
Israelis
hate
who hate Netanyahu. Most Israelis don't like Netanyahu. So the idea that somebody's critical of Netanyahu does not mean that they're not a friend to Israel, because Israelis themselves.
By the way,
are
Donald Trump himself critical of Netanyahu.
Oh yeah,
They really glossed over that, it seems like. But by the way, this speaks to a broad thing. I think Donald Trump, who was a novice when he came into politics, tends to look at voting blocks and people and demographics as these monoliths. And he's always struggled to understand, like, oh, but like, why couldn't you be with me if you're this? So you're Jewish, you must only care about Israel, therefore you are with me, and if you're not, you're a bad Jew.
You might call it identity politics.
You know what? It might be.
But you know what? This isn't really about Donald Trump at this point, because the administration that's in charge, which is the Biden-Harris administration, the genocide happened under them. And I'm willing to make a bet, ladies and gentlemen. I'm willing that if this genocide would have happened under Donald Trump's administration, I know we had thousands of people out in the streets for those protests, but I'm willing to make a bet if it happened under Donald Trump's administration, honey, we probably would have had that 5% out in the streets for a movement. Because some people are reluctant to criticize the party that they are a part of, even when that party is doing some type of harm. So there may have been some people who feel that same way, that were upset about what was happening, but they didn't want to take it out to the streets because they didn't want to go against their own political party. I'd add this as well. The Sonia Massey shooting that happened, right? I'm willing to bet you if that would have happened under Donald Trump's administration, people would have been out in the streets, just like we were for the George Floyd protests, by the 100,000s. I'm willing to bet. Sometimes people choose party over principle. Malcolm X tried to warn us about the media. Malcolm X tried to warn us. Shout out to Z Squirrel for this. A desperate activist tells Malcolm X that the situation is hopeless as there are too many powerful interests and too few to oppose them. Listen to what Malcolm X said here in this audio clip.
There are too few of us. There are too many men up there with all their cop cars and everything.
That's what they're always telling you. Never let your enemy tell you how many of you there are. Never let the man that you're against form your opinions. This is the trick that's played on everyone who's oppressed. The first thing, an occupation, when you have a revolution in the country, the first thing you take over is the radio. And then you start telling the people that everybody, the war is over. And so all of them surrender. No, they believe that thing right there. And once they take that over, they start telling you where you are and where they are, and you fall right in line. It's plain thought control. The majority of the American people aren't segregationists. That the majority of the American people aren't imperialists. But the government is, the structure is, the power faction is. So, how then do all the majority go along with it? Because those who sit in power over the television, over the radio, and over the press is constantly telling those who are the masses how free they are. And how,
everybody hear that?
How this they are and how that they are.
So that's something to remember when we think about what we see in corporate media. We got to remember some of these things that Malcolm X said, some of the things that MLK said. They tried to warn people back then, right? So we do have to remember these things. Crazy times, folks, crazy times. I'm flying through. I told you these stories would be short. We are now getting to the final story. We are going to do call-in because I promise you guys, okay? I might have to reschedule with tomorrow because I think I'm going to have to take tomorrow night off. But We're getting into the Trump interview at the National Association of Black Journalists. And there are two parts that I do want to focus on here. Now, Trump is getting a beat down from liberal media for his rhetoric during this interview. But when I saw this, the first thing I said to myself was, I mean, just sounds like something Trump would usually say. I mean, I don't know why people were surprised. That was the funny part to me. But I also think that the Democratic Party, they really set this up in such a way where Trump kind of walked right into this trap. When we get to the part about Kamala Harris, let's go ahead and jump right in, because the Democratic Party, they're taking laps right now around the field. They're like, yeah, we got him, right? Let's dive in. This is the National Association of Black Journalists event in Chicago. And for whatever reason, Kamala Harris was not there. She was invited, for those who are wondering. Her and Donald Trump were invited, but for whatever reason, she was not there. There are three women on the panel here, three journalists. And one thing I do want to say, they did mix it up a little bit, because I know the woman here in the far right in the pink suit, she's a Fox News host, right? And I think the woman here in the blue might be ABC, I forget. But what was really kind of interesting to me is there are no men on that panel. And I thought that was kind of strange. Like, you guys didn't want to have any Black male journalists on the panel? Why is it just women? Oh, well, let's dive in.
I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabid to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say, I mean, I don't think there's anything that she said there that was false, but she did come out hot. And I want you guys to ask this question. If Kamala Harris were sitting in that chair, would they have started out that interview with Kamala Harris that way? Would they have grilled Kamala Harris about her policing record? No, I think they would be smiling in Kamala Harris's face. I don't think they would have went at her that way. But Trump responds in such a way that I would expect him to respond. Listen to this.
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country. Including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and and I say this, historically Black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here.
So that goes to show you that he was invited apparently to this event before it was announced that Kamala Harris was going to be running for president instead of Joe Biden, because he said whether it was Biden or Kamala.
Invited me under false pretense. And then you said you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late. Just so we understand, I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working, or something was wrong.
Mr. President, I would love if you could answer the question on your rhetoric and why you believe that Black voters should trust you with another 4 years.
Let me pause here for a second. First of all, let me just say this. I don't know how everyone else feels about tardiness, but it is a big pet peeve of mine. I do not like tardiness. Now, I give it, sometimes people are a couple minutes late, but I'm going to let you know right now, if you invite me to something and you 30 minutes late, I'm going to be gone at 15. Okay. I grew up in a type of household where my dad told me, if you on time, you late. So, and then for 30 minutes, that's a half an hour, son. And then he said the equipment was bad. So Trump, in a way, he kind of reminds me of like one of my uncles. Everyone has that one uncle that just kind of says the things that people may be thinking, but they choose to say it out loud in public. And the rest of us probably wouldn't say it out loud. So he says it out loud. He was like, first of all, you were 30 minutes late and your equipment was cheap and didn't work and da-da-da. No filter, right? But he probably wouldn't have said all that if she didn't come at him the way that she did, right? So as a journalist, she's supposed to be unbiased and just get the facts. But it was very obvious she feels some type of way towards him. Like I said, if it was Kamala Harris sitting in that chair, I don't believe that she would have been approached that way, particularly about her record.
The best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act.
For you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you...
Let me pause for a second before he gets into how do you define DEI. This is something I will say, and I've said this over and over again. I think that it is a terrible move to continue to call people DEI hires. Again, with the Republican Party using that phrase towards Kamala Harris, it's only helping Kamala Harris. It does not help Donald Trump. So I think that whole DEI hire, which actually started with Bill Ackman, the Zionist who got mad because there were the protests at Harvard. That's where that came from. He was the one that started that phrase and pushed the president of Harvard out of the university and all this kind of stuff. And so now other people are just taking that phrase and throwing it whatever, whether you believe she was not qualified for the position or not. At this point in time, when you are running a campaign, your main focus should be on policy and her record. And what I am seeing happen on both sides, actually, I'm noticing Kamala Harris is doing the same thing. She's saying, well, Donald Trump is a felon, and which is what they wanted. They wanted him to be charged so they could use that against him in this election. But she says Donald Trump is a felon and we need to protect our democracy. I'm going to tell you a little secret. If you go to the hood and ask people how they feel about protecting our democracy, most people are going to tell you they don't give a fuck. They don't care. Most people are not thinking about no damn protecting open democracy, especially people who are lower income, because they know we don't really have a full, true, transparent democracy in this country. So most people are not thinking about that. So there's that. And then the other thing that I want to mention as well, Kamala Harris, her campaign also, they should be focusing on Donald Trump's record. And that goes beyond what happened on January 6th. They're still focused on January 6th, protecting democracy. Oh, he just got indicted. They haven't seen her take any time to focus on his record from when he was president. He was president. They're not even focusing on it. It's all these personal attacks that to me don't really tell me what is your plan. Does Kamala Harris have a plan? I told you guys early tonight. There's nothing on her website but donate in a store. So there's that. So I will say it is a mistake. It is a mistake for them to use the DEI thing. That is not going to help them. That is only going to help Kamala Harris. This right here is a trap. And Donald Trump walks right into it. Listen to this and I'll tell you how he could have answered this question.
Well, how do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the words
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir,
of
I'm
black.
asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black. And now
So this is hilarious to me because, again, this sounds like something that like my uncle would say. It was like, when I knew her a couple years ago, she was Indian. Then all of a sudden one day she just happened to turn black. Again, something that I think a lot of people are probably thinking, but they probably would not say on the stage at this event. But is he wrong? Let me let him finish and we'll see.
she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir.
I can't help but laugh. He said she made a turn and she became a black person. We'll show you some receipts. I'll show you what I think he's referring to in a second.
And I think somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some Republicans
I really don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that
Well, you
interview.
told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really...
We'll come back to that part. Let's get to why I think he may have made that statement. See, some people may not have seen this. Here's Kamala claiming to be Indian, right? So people are sharing this photo on X, and they're saying this is Kamala Harris at Howard. And that's true. And I just want to say this for people who are not aware about HBCUs. HBCUs are not exclusively Black. White people attend HBCUs. People of all different races attend HBCUs. I hear people bringing up the statement, well, she was an AKA. She was in a Black sorority. I've seen white people in Black sororities. In fact, when I was in undergrad, there was a white girl that was a Zeta. I remember that. And there was a white guy that was an Alpha. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you look on YouTube or you Google or on social media, you will see that there are white people that are in Black sororities and fraternities. So just because you were in a Black sorority and fraternity doesn't mean that you are Black. And just because you went to a HBCU doesn't mean that you are Black. Not saying that she isn't. I'm just saying. So we got to make that very clear. But he could be referring to this. This is when she was running for senator.
Yeah, well, the Democratic Party for a very long time, not just this election cycle, has been doing a lot of active outreach around the South Asians, around the API in general, and will continue to do it. I mean, what we know in particular when you're talking about the South Asian community, we're talking about the Indian community more specifically, it is a growing community in the United States in terms of its voting bloc, in terms of its participation, and I think the party knows that and knows that this is part of our collective community, and there needs to be outreach and inclusion.
And certainly you could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good.
Listen.
Could become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good. Yeah, well,
so if you notice, like the reporter said, you could become the first Indian senator, knock on wood. That's coming from the reporter. But if you notice, Kamala Harris didn't correct him. Kamala Harris didn't say, well, I'm Indian and, Jamaican, or I'm Indian and African-American, or I'm Indian and Black. So that could be what he's referring to when he said, as long as I knew she was Indian, then one day she woke up and she was Black. That could be an example of what he's referring to. But this didn't start with Donald Trump. And I hate the fact that liberal media is pretending that it did. It did not. Black people have been saying this for years. In fact, Yvette Carnell is one of the people that brought this to attention years ago. Trump isn't making any of this up. We Black Americans have been saying this since 2019. He's only amplifying our concerns. Kamala's life reflects two affluent immigrant parents. She is not us. Kamala does not reflect our inherited or lived experience. And she put this here, these two screenshots here, one that says it's not whether Kamala Harris is Black enough, critics say, but rather her policies will support Native Black Americans. Okay, that's an article from the Inquirer. And then there's another one here from ABC News. Controversial group ADOS divides Black Americans in fight for economic equality. So this is when, ADOS, they were asking these questions like, wait a minute, why are you saying? So I one thing I want to say here for people who may be a little bit confused, this is another thing people are pointing towards. Now, I have biracial people in my family. I have friends that are biracial, right? But I think the difference is, and a lot of people point to this picture, and we're not saying you can't embrace one side or, you can't embrace a side of your identity. No one is saying that. I think what people are saying, though, is with Kamala Harris, I mean, when she won the Senate seat, I remember her saying that someone asked her, I was like, oh yeah, Black American, it was a reporter. And I remember her saying, well, no, I'm American. So I think, people are like, well, where was this with Barack Obama? As long as I remember, Barack Obama always referred to himself as Black. As long as I remember. I think the problem with Kamala, though, if we really want to get into the thick of it, and we can go there, some of the things that Kamala Harris said about her past doesn't really match well. She said that little girl was me, and she was talking about busing in Oakland in California. But then later on, I found out that she didn't even attend school in California. Her education was in Canada. So, and look, I came from a military family. We moved around when I was growing up. So I've gone to different schools. I lived in different places. It is what it is. But I think there's a big difference when you tell someone that you were bused during segregation in the United States, when in actuality, you went to school in Canada. You didn't go to school in the United States at all. That's weird. Why would you make that up? In fact, Judge Joe Brown, he talked about this recently. Let me see how many views this clip has on Twitter now. 30. It should have more views than that. Listen to this. Because see, Judge Joe Brown, look, he's been on the show. He's conservative. We don't agree on everything, obviously, as I'm a lefty. We don't agree on everything. But Judge Joe Brown does say some things that really make you think. And also, he knows a lot of people. And apparently, he knew Kamala Harris's dad. Listen to this, fam.
And then she was everybody's favorite Hindu Indian prosecutor and attorney general and senator, and now she becomes Black. But, I met her daddy, fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being Black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any Black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in Jamaica and had them to work on plantation. So if mama is on the birth certificate listed as a Caucasian, daddy says he's a Caucasian Hindu and has no Black ancestors, how did she get to be Black?
And that's a good question. And here's the thing. Look, it is what it is. She could be whatever race she is, whatever color. I don't even think that's the issue. I think the problem is that the Democratic Party and the media are trying to present her in such a way as if she is ADOS and she is not. And they're trying to present her in such a way as though she has the same history in this country as a Black American as someone like I do. And that's not true. And now, how many of you knew that? How many of you knew that she didn't even go to school in the United States? So that little girl was me thing, that wasn't true. So you don't have to make up this persona to get people to vote for you. That's the part that I have a problem with. Now, do I think the Republican Party focusing on, what her racial identity is a good idea? No, because that only is helping Kamala Harris. Like I said, liberal media is doing laps around this. They're like, yeah, he fell for it. We got him. He hook, line, and sinker. He fell right for it. And now the attention is focused on that and not focusing on Kamala's record and policy. And that's what they should be focusing on. Listen to this. There's a little bit more.
And by the way, she told one big lie when she was talking about she got bust because of something Biden did when she was running against him. Well, the yearbook that she put out there that you can still get online from her high school in Canada shows she went from kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada, never went to school in the United States of America. She was born, by the way, in the same hospital that my ex-wife was born in, the same 12-month period, and my late mother-in-law was in fact a pediatric nurse in that hospital when Kamala was born. And the birth certificate that she has is interesting because the confusion comes from a mistake. On the birth certificate, it lists the mother's race as Caucasian, national origin into India, and religion Hindu. For the father, it does not list national origin. It does not list religion. It does not list anything about that, but where it says race, they put national origin in Jamaica by mistake.
So this is important for people to understand. And David has a point. It wouldn't be an issue if she wasn't lying about it and using a fake identity to get votes. I mean, just be real. Just be what you are, who you are. Like, you don't have to say that little girl was me and I was bust and all that stuff. Like, don't nobody need all those extra stories. It takes me back to AOC when she lied about her background, when she made it seem like she was only a bartender, that she didn't have a startup, when she made it seem like she grew up in the Bronx because she knew that story would sell better. Working class girl in the Bronx and da-da-da. No, you have to be honest with people about who you really are. Now, there's another part of this interview I do want to play as well. We'll get to this part.
We got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
So here is where I call out the hypocrisy, because notice they seem to have a problem when Trump says black jobs, but Joe Biden said black jobs a couple weeks ago, and the same people that complained about Trump saying black jobs were totally fine with Joe Biden saying black jobs at the press conference. So why is it okay for Joe Biden to say it, but it's not okay for Donald Trump to say it? We need to have real conversations here, people.
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners, they're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into.
So that's an interesting point. Again, we talked about immigration on the Black voter panel earlier. And the reality is, he talked about the union jobs. That's a good point to bring up, because remember, I did tell you last year that there were a number of migrants that showed up at the UAW strike to do those jobs that were trying to break the picket line. So, I mean, look, you ain't got to like Trump. You ain't got to like Kamala, but can we just please try to be consistent? And I'm seeing a lot of inconsistency, and that's what I think is pissing me off the most. We are going to do call in, you guys. I have super chats to go through. I want to read those, and then we'll do call in panel, because I'm most likely probably not going to be live on Friday, because it's been a long show for me tonight. But let me get through the super chats, and we'll jump straight into call in. There's no break before call in tonight. So let's just go through these. Thank you, Janine. Colin is giving me life with these looks. Shout out to Tanya Starr for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you, Truth Bearer. If nothing else, this panel proves Black people aren't a monolith. We got Trump, Kamala, Dr. West, Dr. Stein, and RFK supporters all in the same panel. Yes, we did. Thank you, Derek. Dana with the data got her facts all right. We have never, ever had a surge of immigrants like we have now. Hey, Dana. Thank you, Amir. I love the panel, Sabby. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Totally worth the price of admission. Shout out to K8 and Weeman. Hit the like. Thank you, Fire. Wow, what a fantastic, substantive conversation. Sorely lacking in the media right now. Thank you, Sabby. Love and free Palestine. Thank you, Derek. Sir, they opened the borders and let millions through from all sides, then wanted to blame the other side. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Thank you, Courtney. Shazare. What are these new jobs that Biden and Harris created? Nobody ever goes into detail about the new jobs this administration created. Thank you, Ace Fest. Russia has 1,800 nuclear warheads ready to fire. We, the USS, only possess the capability to down 44 with a success rate of 50%. So we could stop 22 out of 1,800. This Ukraine agenda is insanity. Thank you, Fire. The inimitable Nico House. Thank you, Greg. Love this panel. Exquisite. For real. I had to do it like that too. Thank you, Baby Ethernet. The back and forth about Republican and Democrat political theater is regressive and counterproductive. Blaming the other side is a race to the bottom. Shout out to Love, who gifted 5 Sabby memberships. Thank you, Jason. Every minute we spend talking about the duopoly is a minute we wasted. We could have been organizing. Neither of them are for us anyway. Bye. Yeah. I do organize, so there's that. Thank you, Nexus. Not true. All Trump talks about is the economy and how to fix it. Thank you, Derek. We see the resources going to every other group. As a descendant of slaves, we will not be quiet about what's owed to us. Thank you, Savior. Sabrina just needs to look out her window in Roxbury at the athletic center where they kicked out Black athletes in the cold so they could house illegals. I did talk about that. Thank you, CR. It's not ADOS people doing that. Thanks, Derek. Why do we have to be careful when the first thing most immigrants do when they get here is show foundational Black Americans hostility? Our elected officials are not always transparent. Thank you, Corey, for being a member for 1 month. British immigrants have almost no real challenges like people from third world countries. Not the type of immigrant we should be discussing. That's interesting. Thank you, Nexus. This Shazare dude got to be on the DNC payroll. Brothers like him are why the U.S. government will always take the African American community for granted. Thank you, Shalon. This is why immigration is a hot topic, because so many things are true at once. We cause problems around the world, broken immigration system, and now flooding community deprived with illegal immigrants. It's all sadly true. Thank you, Derek. Sabby, how much to call in? Oh, call in's free. It's going to be via Zoom, so I'll put it up there. Thank you, Dill. Most everyday Black Americans, like my parents, grandma, vote for Democrats. Why did Terrain and Socialist MMA call these shills / genocide supporters? That's probably because of the party that is funding the genocide. Thank you, K1. Effective immigration policy must balance the needs of Native workers with those of foreign workers. If not, workers will always be placed against one another. That is a good point. Thank you, Kaz. The police here been on their BS before Israel existed. Thank you, Savior. We love you, Sabrina. This was great. I hope that you do this in the future. I'm going to try to do a second panel. Thank you. I know myself. Israel will drag us into a war. You need to care. Thank you, Walter. The brother is right. Thanks, Brian. Leaving. Can't do it anymore. She won't shut up. Okay, Brian. Thank you, Measured Men. Her plan for immigration is to drop millions in countries to take care of our problems so they don't come to the U.S. Girl, inflation, and that is dumb. I'm standing on business. Shout out to Blueser for becoming a new member. Thank you, CR. Now it's solve foreign policy before you get anything. We have to advocate for ourselves unapologetically. Don't buy this Black savior stuff. Shout out to Blueser for gifting 50 Sabby memberships. Shout out to I Know Myself. Illegals will be made into soldiers to fight wars. Thank you, Cynical. U.S. politicians push migrants into Black neighborhoods so that we focus on fighting them versus the government. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Thank you, Love. It is not our country's job to take care of any citizen from other countries. It is their own government's responsibilities. Spend money on Americans, not on illegal aliens, period. Thanks, Courtney. That happened here in Chicago, Sabs. Thank you, Daler. Those cities were made sanctuary cities. That's why the migrants are taken there. The Democrats caused this problem. Thanks, Greg. It's never other working people who are the problem. Seriously, never. Thanks, Dwayne. The only reparations Kamala approves of are 3 hots and a cot for Black folks. Thanks, Walter. Lawrence is right. Thank you, Derek. Sabby, how much to call in? Yeah, you don't have to pay to call in. Thank you, Charlie. Says, Sabby. Thanks, I Know Myself. Kamala ran for president. No plan for Black people. Thanks, Yee. Putting your American rights over the literal lives of the global majority should cause you to feel ashamed of yourself. Thank you, Baby Ethernet. Kamala only talks about justice and policing act after Black people are murdered by the police. Reactive and disingenuous policy choices at best. Thanks, CR. Be easy. Thank you. Thanks, Padlin. Why not sell the stimulus effect of reparations? Oh. Interesting. Thank you, Love. Dems have been fooling you with 12 million illegals in to replace you as the new voting bloc. They dump illegals in your neighborhoods. They don't care about you a bit, and you still vote for them. I don't think anyone on the panel votes for Democrats anymore, except for, oh, no, I'm sorry. Nope, you're right. Except for the Kamala supporters. Thank you, CR. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Corey Brown. Kamala and the most Black politicians are establishment. CR, lineage-based reparations has the strongest support in the Supreme Court, period. Ace Fest, Native Americans deserve reparations before anyone else. No one got screwed over worse than them. I don't think we're going to do an oppression Olympics. Okay? I don't think we can do both at the same time. Thank you, Corey. They will not support what you just said, Nico. Sad. Love, stop voting based on your emotions, race, and gender. Vote based on who gives you low inflation, low gas prices, low interest rates, lower taxes, secure border, and low illegal immigration. Thank you, Ace. Always remember, all this land you're living on was stolen from Native Americans, and over 180 million Native Americans were killed in a mass genocide. Derek, it's a debt that's owed to descendants of the enslaved. It's not about what you like or what you think. We are unapologetic in our claim. His story, it must be one payment to all FBA. I said FBI, not fragmented. That doesn't work. Nexus, Nico, you're right. You see the big picture, but even Sabby is against reparations for all AAs. No, I am not. I'm just telling you what the law says and how the law works. Thank you, Ace Fest. The only way you're getting reparations is if you agree to fight in Ukraine. CM, donation in memory of my friend Tamika Hargrow, a Black mutual aid organizer in North Carolina who passed away July. Reparations ASAP. Meantime, redistribute your wealth if you got it. RIP Tamika. I'm sorry for your loss, CM. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you so much, Sabrina, and all guests for a wonderful, thoughtful panel. Much love. Philip, one of the best panels I've seen. Everyone got to finish their points that we could hear. Salute, Sabby, bang, Sabs. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Unemployed scholar, thousands of Black people in the U.S. joined first overseas imperial assault in 1899. U.S. empire started way before World War II. Black middle class cheerleaders. Interesting. Focus. What's up? Exactly. They are more than willing to send billions to Israel than pay reparations for a debt that's past due. Shout out to Silver Ross for becoming a member. Nico in the house. Much love, Sab. Thanks for lending your platform to everyone to discuss these important issues. That's right, Nico. You're welcome. Nico, you should host one too. I was just thinking about that. Thank you, Infamous. Sabby Cooking. Thank you, Bryce. Thanks for the panel, Sabby. It was pretty dope that remained neutral, although we know your positions on many issues discussed. Salute. Thanks in Window Liquor. Okay. Thanks, Kinman. Abby Phillips is a fox. Thank you for this. I mean, what's on Fox tonight? Thank you, Patch. Sabby deserves a night off. I think I'm going to take tomorrow off. Thank you, Shalon. I remember being taught that Malcolm X was basically a terrorist that hated white people. But the more I hear him speak, the more I understand why they had to end him and create a new narrative. Thank you. Toonsy says, thank you, Sabby. Ace Fest says, imagine if instead of giving Ukraine the average of $223 million a day, if we instead use that money to build our impoverished communities. I agree with you. Love. Nobody cares what Trump says. We only care about what he's done for American people. Low inflation, low gas prices, low interest rates, secure border, low illegal immigration. Trump loves Americans. Shout out to Mulian Flower for becoming a member. Thanks, Mulian, for the super sticker. And thank you for this. Why no men on the panel? Ask Sabby. Thank you for the super sticker. I said super stat. Trash Panda. And thank you, Dave. Where did Biden say black jobs? Did Google scrub it? You can find it on Twitter. The video's on Twitter. Okay. Whew. That was a lot. Holy smokes, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in as well. We are going to do the call-in. So let me go ahead and put the link into the super chat. Not the super chat. I'm sorry. I said the link into the super chat. Is that what I just said? Put the link into the super chat. Boy, I tell you. Let me put the link into the live chat. Boy, I tell you. Somebody's watching me and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like I know it's a late call-in, guys. But I did promise we would have one after the panel. So here we go. Oh, I'm just trying to copy and paste this. Whee! Okay. All right. So I'm just putting this in the live chat. And I'll put the password here just in case. Sometimes it asks for the password and sometimes it doesn't. So it's 863 075 075. All right. And I'll just pin it to the top of the chat. That way you'll see it. Okay. So it's there. And let me just make sure it works. I'll just click on the link myself. Yeah, fam. All right. So I'm opening up the Zoom room now. If anybody wants to join, I see some people are joining in now. So it looks like it's not asking you for the password. But either way, it's there in the live chat if you need it. Okay. All right. I think everyone's good, right? Okay. All right, folks. I got to head out. I am on the Zoom. You guys know how this works. If you want to speak, you just raise your hand the way that you do that. If you go towards the bottom, everyone just mute real quick. If you go towards the bottom, you click on reactions and there's an option to raise your hand. So you click on that if you want to speak. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good night. Keep up the fight.